fucking chat. All right. Yo, we are here. We got a bunch of shit to react to. I'm going to try to hopefully not stay on stream the whole night. I'm a little bit tired already. I still haven't gotten enough sleep since the event. I still haven't gotten the appropriate time to kind of really rejuvenate, but such is always the case. I don't know if you guys know how my life usually is. My life is my content. You know, I don't care what none of these other niggas do. I see these niggas go on vacation, play with kids, do other shit. The only thing I care about each and every day is what I do here, the other content I make, hip hop in general. That's what makes me happy. I've I've been warned that sometimes maybe your passion will subside, but you know, even today, just like I was 11 years ago, 12 years ago, I still feel just as passionate, which I'm very happy about. Anyway, chat, we here today. We got a bunch of shit to get into. Welcome to people on YouTube. Okay, people say free Doovie. Yeah, man, Doovie did get locked up. Yo, this is day one of me. Listen, this is day one of me putting my ops all on a diet. I see a bunch of bottom feeders, degenerates, bums, niggas who really just ain't in the caliber to really deal with me. And I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm talking about probably over like 10 people. Because I see some of these motherfuckers. I will not be mentioning y'all by name or giving y'all attention anymore, okay? I hear some other niggas. They're trying to take me saying that, me not trying to give y'all a career, as some sort of weakness. Bitch, nigga, if you said it was up, why are we still doing content? You shouldn't want me to talk about you. Do what you gotta do. It's on you at this point. Do what you gotta do. So, that's where I'm at with everything. No apologies have been issued to nobody. None will be. And we move on. But I will not be building people's careers. Anyway, such is the case with a few other people. If you got a contract or you got signed to maybe a network and the ace in the hole was, yo, I'm gonna get them views up by going back and forth with act. I've realized the gimmicks. I've realized the tactics. I won't be saving you neither. So good luck, okay? Unfortunately, I actually had to consume some content today. It was terrible because I had to sit through some of y'all boring shit, and I was like, oh, I see why the fuck these niggas is. Okay. So anyway, we're going to be on a new diet for y'all. Okay, I should go and diet my damn self, but I'm going to give y'all a diet. The diet is no act attention. Okay, now granted, I have a lot more important things, and there's a few things brewing. If you're in the realm of what I should be responding to, and there's some shit, I might be responding to it soon. Of course I'll respond. I love back and forths, but I cannot do back and forths with bottom feeders no longer. Because they're playing a content game that I don't need them. They need me. So, whatever. All right. What else? Let's do some housekeeping real quick before we get into anything. By the way, thank you for the donation on YouTube. Goddamn. Somebody says, I'll be dropping some content from your show on Sunday from start to end. I hope you make this an annual event. I see big potential. And so, thank you. Thank you. You know, it's been the quietest I've ever seen the internet. People were so crossing their fingers, hitting their voodoo dolls. They were hoping that we were going to fail, that even as we succeeded, they're trying to figure out other ways to still discredit. The event was free. We sold damn near 300 tickets before it got canceled. Okay. Well, it's one of those. So I get it. But thank you to the chat, and thank you, to some of the people who have been fair. That I think all that's good. And so of course, drop whatever content. Like I have a vlog that's coming, so I know some people Bro, I'm sorry. Like, I'm just not one of them niggas who just like record a bunch of shit. Like, I have been posting on my story and social media a little bit more, my personal social media. But I'm not like, I guess people were looking to see this big social media statement. No, like, nigga, if you were there, you know it was successful. If you wasn't there, I guess like you gotta go off of the people that were there. I'll put out a vlog. Kind of like, I don't even know what the vlog is gonna look like. I have a bunch of people editing. I don't even know what footage they even caught. So probably gotta do a review of that. But yeah, there will be some type of like official video that you guys can see how it looked. Anyway, I know you said you hope it's an annual thing. You see big potential. We're gonna continue to go up with this. I've identified between 2 cities where we're going next, and I have a list of performers who I think this is how it's gonna go. And I think I'm not pussy enough. Well, I'm not pussy anymore. I can now say it. What I'm doing is a podcast / comedy show. Straight up. If you don't want to see me attempt comedy, I'm going to attempt comedy with the people who support me. I don't give a fuck about the people who say I couldn't do it. Niggas told me I couldn't do a lot of shit in my life. So I'm going to be doing podcasting / comedy. There'll be slight little stand-up portions. And the next event I'm thinking about also co-headlining with an artist. The reason why I did the first event to say academics and friends, fuck the friends, it was really just me. It was about us because I represent y'all. The next event is going to be a co-headlining event. It's going to be me and an artist. It's going to be an artist that y'all probably like, artist that's hot. And I'm going to, it's going to be the same shit. It's going to be half of what we kind of did, plus the artists will have their own segment, and I'll probably let them close the show. That's how it's going to be. I've identified 2 cities that we're going to, or like I've looked at the analytics. I'll tell you the 3 cities we're big in. Name the cities you think we have the biggest audience in. Name the cities. Where y'all think we have the biggest audience in? Now, I'm going to tell y'all already, because y'all naming some people who y'all know I'm friends with. Like, for example, y'all naming 21 Savage, right? Okay. 21 Savage is now I won't say he could do arenas by himself, but like he's on an arena tour with Drake. If I'm gonna bring someone who I believe is gonna sell out, who could do venues of 12,000 or more, I have to hide it. I can't, like, because I'm not booking those type of venues. You get what I mean? Like right now, we're not booking those type of venues. We're booking still intimate venues, increased capacity, 500 or 400 to like maybe 1,000 type shit. If I put that, you could see academics and 21 Savage at 1,000 person venue is stupid, like, right? Like, and also it probably devalues him. So if it's somebody like that, it will be like a surprise or something like that. And it will be them do me a favor type shit. You know what I mean? It won't be, I can't promote me and 21 Savage at 1,000 person venue, right? So we're gonna have to get an artist that's kind of either proportional or just somebody who's just not at 21 Savage level right now. Like, that nigga's scorching hot. You know what I mean? Okay, name the cities you think we're the most popping in. I'll tell you. Actually, I'll give you the spoiler. By the way, Cole's been good. Thank you for the subscription. By the way, everybody on Rumble, you guys could also become a member. Please become a member. I will be shouting all those out. I'm actually working on integrating all the Rumble stuff with the stream. So, so New York, we were the biggest, but you know, New York is really divided into like boroughs and all that. New York really has the most people by population. You know what's number 2? Number 2, actually, let me look at it right now. And actually, I'm using, so the demographics are different according to whatever channel I look at. So if I look at the King Academics channel, which is basically the stream channel, it says one thing, but if I look at my main channel, which is, I think that's where we've done the most views. Let me actually look at that. Let me see. Y'all naming some cities that's definitely not on the list. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. All right, let me do here. And then let me go to cities. Where the hell cities? Okay. Here we go. Let me go to cities. Okay. Where do y'all think is number 2? Okay, I got it. So, I'll name these. I'm going to name 4 or 5. I'm going to name 5. This, again, by the way, I'm hoping to get to everywhere, but I'm a math guy, so I also go by like statistics and demographic. This is, New York, and I think really is mostly by population because it's just the biggest out of all these cities. New York is our biggest, right? Then the second is Chicago. Kind of fitting. Chicago. That's number 2. So Chicago is one of the options. I'm going to tell you the 5 options. Chicago, guess what's number 3? Atlanta. Number 4 is actually international. That's London, which I'm actually going to in November. So let's take London off. Chicago, Atlanta, Los Angeles, then Houston, which I was surprised by. Houston, then Dallas, which I was also surprised by. Then I'll name one more, so I'll give 6. Philadelphia. So our next show, which I'm hoping to be in about 3 months, might be 4. I'm going to try to see if I could have something around Christmas, maybe, or maybe around New Year's. Let's see if we could get a venue. It'll be me and a artist co-headlining. It's going to be an artist that we listen to on the stream. Everything I'm doing is going to be stream-centric. It's going to be meant for y'all. This is experiences catered to y'all. So we're either going to Chicago, Atlanta, LA, Houston, Dallas, or Philly. Somebody said Dallas, Texas. Nigga, what other Dallas you know? What other Dallas do you know, nigga? And by the way, you know what's so ironic? After Dallas, after Philly, actually Philly's like the 6th. After Philly, it says we're lit in Charlotte, which I never thought Charlotte was really popping like that with us. That's like Wale intern type of vibes. And then Detroit. Okay, anyway. All right. So that's just to let you know that is to come. Yo, I'm excited to continue this whole vibe of, popping out, having fun, having these great moments with y'all, meeting y'all in person, and giving y'all priceless experiences. So allow me and allow my team to try to figure this out, and hopefully, right, like in a month or so, like I'm gonna say about a month from now, I could announce that we're gonna have tickets on sale. Okay, so give me like about a month, right? All right. Okay, cool. Somebody said Charlotte. Nah, Charlotte seems like it's popping. Yo, Ansel, thank you too. Yo, you said, Ack, you could easily do 500 to 1K in Atlanta. Up the venue size. Easy. Okay, all right. Zeus was like, yo, bro, you got to come to the DMV. Yeah, but Baltimore's, like, out of all the places, like, Baltimore's in DMV, right? Baltimore is our biggest in the DMV. Yeah. Oh, my God. All right, whatever. I'm just going off numbers. Anyway. Yo, chat, thank you for coming to another stream. I appreciate y'all so much. We're going to get it lit tonight. Of course, we're going to get into all the messiness, whatever y'all want me to get into. Obviously, I kind of made it clear about just certain individuals who just, I've gotten everything I want to get off with them. And I definitely just want to reiterate, if I said anything, there is no backtracking. If anybody was offended, you shouldn't be doing lip service at this point. This ain't the call him out type of shit. We shouldn't even be online. So I would love to let people know that, because I know they'll be like, they got him. They called him. It's your move. I'm done. Okay. All right. We got a bunch of shit to talk about tonight. NBA Youngboy, 6-hour documentary. Trap Lord Ross dropped it. He was cooking the shit up for about 3-4 months. We're going to try to get through a 6-hour documentary in 2 hours. It's going to be a long, drawn-out thing. I encourage you guys to watch this on your own. I haven't watched it yet. I don't know what to kind of like take away from it. Also, the VMAs is going down tonight. VMAs going down tonight. Heard Meg cussing out niggas in the backstage. Heard they announcing Chris Brown name and Selena Gomez twisting up her fucking face. I hear all type of shit's happening. Even Gunna showed up and looked like Gunna's in there like, what's up with y'all niggas? Like, yo, one of y'all call me a rat to my face type shit. You know what I mean? So it's a lot going on. What else is going on? Oh shit, Tyrese just got exposed that he was trying to fuck DJ Envy's wife. We're going to talk about it all. Okay, we got a lot of things to talk about. Let's get the topics popping. Somebody said y'all ain't watched the VMAs in 20 years. Yeah, man, I haven't watched really like award shows on TV in a really long time. I stopped like back when I was doing Everyday Struggle, and it like I remember just watching highlights of the show afterwards just to talk about it, but I never watched it live. Back in the day, like literally, I want to say like 2015, or even like let's say 2013. Niggas used to live tweet these things. By the way, Whitney Chanel, thank you for the donation. You said, are you looking for people to help? I'm a social media strategist plus marketer and would love to work with you. I commented on the video about it. Oh, yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're looking to add people to the academy. I'm going to see, this is how chat. As I said, I'm a prideful person. I love talking shit so much. But I'm trying not to, like, just entertain really petty shit. Let me not do it. Okay, I'm catching myself. It's cool. All right. So, thank you for that donation, by the way. All right, what the fuck? Talk about Boosie lying on his brother? Oh, shit. Oh, I forgot I switched channels. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. Yeah, by the way, we're adding people. We're adding people to the academy. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm being. I would like to think I pay pretty competitive or pretty decent. Trust me. Well, maybe this changes over time, but even now, for what I have anybody who has ever worked for me in any capacity, what I have anybody doing, like they probably do 1/10 of the work that other people would have had them do. But I still try to pay everybody either competitively or even more than competitively. That's what I'm telling y'all. If I ever run into a situation where an employee says some shit about me, I'm gonna cry, because I'm like, I be trying to treat people like, really good. Okay. But yeah, we are hiring, and there's many different opportunities again, let me tell you this. If you're a chat nigga and you do want to be, like, you're looking for work, send me an email. A lot of y'all know my emails, right? Y'all know my email address. Or reach out to somebody I know. Here's the thing. Tell me how you could benefit what we got going on. Because, let me tell you this. I never thought I needed an assistant till I got an assistant. Or like maybe a month before I hired an assistant. Because for the longest, for years, I never had one. And then obviously having one made my life a little bit easier. I'm like, okay, that's a good hire. I like that, right? So sometimes, I'm new to this entrepreneurial game, and because I see also people trying to, obviously we're trying to do the academy, right? You also have to realize I've came from academics numbers and academics just doing his thing, used to used to be competitive and on the same level. Even actually, we surpassed him a bunch of times. With Complex. Complex has a bunch of bills. They pay a ton of people. We've prided ourselves by not having 30 niggas to bring basically nothing. As an entrepreneur, you want to cut the overhead. So that's always been my business model. I'm not someone who wants to hire people just because. I want to hire people that can make a change. So I'm trying strategic hires, and just let you know, jobs are definitely available. All right, cool. Let me see what else. All right, yo, y'all gotta let me know where should we take the stream first, because what are we doing? Somebody said I'm trying to do niggas like Puff now. Hell no. Hell no. Let me know where are we taking the stream first. Come on, y'all tell me. Somebody said be careful. Of course, I'm careful with everything. You know, bringing people in. Like sometimes you don't think people are using information or using private conversations against you. They will. That's just how it is. Y'all want to start at Tyrese? Read super chats. I am reading super chats. Sarah, did you send something in? Sarah, thank you. You said University of Chicago alumni here. I could get you event space open to alumni. It's on the south side and will be safe. G Herbo might be good before he goes to jail, I guess you're trying to say. Yeah. You know, eventually, and by the way, I've definitely made sure I stayed the fuck away from Chicago, especially when I was doing the war in Chirac. I do think there's going to be a point where I think I'm going to go to Chicago, man. Yo, I don't want to say unfortunately. I think fortunately, yo, we get a lot of our support from people in Chicago. A lot. This is why when I be hearing these niggas be like, yo, everybody in Chicago, they hate the fuck out of you. I'm like, nigga, when I look at my numbers, the people who consume the second biggest city is Chicago. Don't make sense. All right. What do y'all want me to start with? Just spam whatever you want me to address. I am reading chat. I'm reading Rumble chat. I am reading Twitch chat. I am reading YouTube chat. We are on multi-platforms. We're actually even on what are we on? We're even on Facebook. You want me to talk about Gunna? Somebody said OT7 Kwani. Yeah, we're actually, I hit OT7 Kwani. We're about to set some shit up. NBA Youngboy, Tyrese and Envy. I think Tyrese and Envy might be a good starting point, right? We should start with that. Somebody says I should review the Cardi and Meg song. Vic Mensa tweeted you. Remember, we did a show. We did a podcast. The podcast is gonna come out soon. Actually, it almost came out today. All right, great. Wait. Let's do this real quick because we got to get through some fucking topics. Like, sometimes I really get distracted just addressing fucking bums all day that I don't get no topics really in. Okay, so first and foremost, yo, this was super interesting. I don't know if you followed this whole DJ Envy and Tyrese situation, but it's been kind of weird. And I'm going to be honest with you. This is kind of super weird to me, right? Now, I'm going to give y'all a story, and then I'm going to play some video. And hopefully when I play this video, you'll understand the story a little bit better, okay? First of all, let me find the first video that I need to play before it. I'm going to find it now. Right here, okay? Now, let me give you a quick history lesson, okay? You might be younger, you might be older, you might have not tapped in back then. You know, I'm always on shit like this. Okay, so back in the day, DJ Envy, right? DJ Envy, let's type his name in. You can see who I'm talking about. This is DJ Envy, aka Rashawn Casey, okay? Now, he's married to a woman named Gia Casey, okay? They have been in a relationship for, as long as I know, and they are married. This is them, okay? Beautiful wife, whatever. They have about 6 or 7 kids. Now, a few years ago, I actually think it might be 7 or 8 years ago, actually maybe even more at this point, DJ Envy was exposed by a side chick. You know, these chicks, they can't keep their mouth quiet. he was exposed by his side chick. Guess who was his side chick? Erica Mena. Erica Mena back then was a woman who, by the way, she looked way hotter back then than now. I don't know what she did to her face. She did all type of trust me, she's been looking like she's her skin and shit's rotten off her bones. I don't know what's going on with her. And by the way, God bless her if you have a health condition. I'm not trying to clown. But trust me, you are one of the most beautiful women in the industry, and I do not know what happened. Anyway, back in the day, she got on Love and Hip Hop as one of those extras that was getting paid $1,500 an episode, and she was acting the fuck up. She was going in, right? And that's all we knew her for till she exposed DJ Envy to say, yo, hey, I've been fucking this dude, and he got a wife. So she exposed that she was fucking the married man, which is DJ Envy. Now, what happened is DJ Envy's wife was like, yo, this is over. I'm out of here. Now, granted, this ain't just a girlfriend. This is his wife. They have kids together. They've lived together. By the way, I think he's dated this woman for a really long time. This is his soul. This is his heart. What happened then, DJ Envy got, I think it's called Baker acted. I don't know if that's the correct term. He got put into like a little mental institution because first and foremost, apparently while he was trying to get his wife back, he went into the garage with all his expensive cars, turned on the fucking car. If you're in a garage, a closed space with a bunch of vehicles, especially, if they're vehicles that are, gas vehicles, like there's CO2, you could die from CO2. His wife apparently couldn't get to him. He refused to get out, whatever. So she had to call the cops. They called the cops. They put him in like some type of hold. He fucking escapes because he had to go get some money by doing some DJ gig, whatever. But I only know this because they explain this on the air. You could go Google this. DJ Envy explains, or I think Charlemagne also, but they explain what happened. He apologized to his wife on air. It eventually saved his marriage, and he stayed with his wife. Now, these days, I think they do a podcast. I think they may have tried their hand at a reality show. You'll see some of the, some even random, headlines come about. I ain't gonna lie, I definitely thought this headline was a little bit odd. Let me see if I could, right here, which, by the way, he got to get somebody to scrub this from the internet, because when you type in his wife, you'll see headlines like this. So if you type in DJ Envy wife, the first thing that comes up is his wife faked orgasm for 10 years. You know what I mean? So Envy, hey, listen, thank you for interviewing me at the Breakfast Club. Trust me, I have a lot of respect for you. Trust me. I'm going to be very fair, and I'm definitely not going to disrespect you or your wife. Or your wife, definitely. Okay. So, but they're doing content now. So they're doing content, and they're being more open. So, apparently, we get to find out one of the reasons why she may have stayed with DJ Envy is that the singer Tyrese intervened and probably played a little bit of marriage counselor. So he kind of was just probably getting in the cut yo, don't leave him. Yeah, he fucked up, but give him another chance. That's what it appeared that Tyrese was doing. Now, we all know Tyrese, Tyrese really act like that nigga he played in Baby Boy. That nigga really he kind of nutty a little bit, right? Apparently now he's blaming on psych medications, all that. Yo, what more do they want from me? We know he has a bunch of issues when it comes to child support, this and third. But he went up to the Breakfast Club to confront these guys because apparently he had real relationships with not only DJ Envy, but Charlemagne the God. This is how that interaction went, because none of this was known to the public until they brought it on the interview.
He was on the psych meds.
And by the way, I'm going to be honest with you too. Remember when we were having this conversation about DJ Envy or Charlemagne actually being the B mic? I see why some of y'all are saying he's the B mic, because these days the Breakfast Club content is revolving around the axis of DJ Envy, right? Whether his issue with this guy or him beefing with Rick Ross, everything is about DJ Envy's narratives, honestly. So I get why some of y'all were saying that y'all feel that Charlemagne has taken a lesser role. I get it. I finally get it, because this was really just about Envy, honestly. Okay, anyway, This was Envy talking to Tyrese, and they confronted everything on air. Here we go.
You said you don't even remember a lot of the stuff you were saying, though.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't at all. Yeah. So just like when you get drunk, do you hold your boy to what he's saying while he's drunk?
No, I never held that against you.
Okay. Do you hold anybody to anything that they're doing when you know that this is their usual self? They were drunk, they were out of their mind, and they end up saying and doing some shit that hurt my feelings, that was offensive, that made me feel a way. But I know that characteristically, that's not who this man is.
Well, yeah, see the difference is, I honestly don't know what psych meds you were on or who you were during that point. I don't know.
It's called Rick Solti. It fucked me up.
I don't know. I never had a conversation with you because I never wanted to see you like that. The person who spoke to me on these texts, spoke to my wife during that time at the text, I didn't like that. And I wanted to remember Tyrese as
he was on the psych meds then. Because you said you don't even remember a lot of the stuff you were saying, though.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't at all. Yeah. So just like when you get drunk, do you hold your boy to what he's saying while he's drunk?
No, I never held that against you.
Okay. Do you hold anybody to anything that they're doing when you know that this is their usual self? They were drunk, they were out of their mind, and they end up saying and doing some shit that hurt my feelings, that was offensive, that made me feel a way. But I know that characteristically, that's not who this man is.
Well, yeah, see the difference is, I honestly don't know what psych meds you were on or who you were during that point. I don't know.
Okay, wait, no, I'm gonna.
He was on
the person that was my brother and helped my relationship, not the Tyrese that I was going through. So I took a step back from
you got until we had a conversation. Messages of the psych med, Tyrese.
He did. That's what it was.
You crazy? Charlamagne told you to suck his dick before on that message
because you was talking crazy.
What?
You know that. We had this conversation already.
Guys.
But he literally said, I don't remember any of that.
I don't remember what I said that made you say that or made you feel that way.
But to this point, I took a step back because I didn't know what you were going through, and I tried to talk to you, and I seen who you were, and I didn't even like who you were online. And to my point, I tried, and when I seen how you were talking this way, I said, I'm going to take a step back.
And you know, when me and Tyrese had a conversation.
How convenient? Yeah, how convenient. Yeah, when the way you were talking, the way that you were.
How convenient to step back.
What you mean?
I never stepped back from you.
From you.
It's right.
You should have.
But I never talked to your wife in a disrespectful manner, and you talked to mine in a disrespectful manner.
How?
And I never told nobody that. Even when you were on a person that was my. You could say you were on those psych meds, and you could say that you weren't.
What you mean?
But as a man, some of the things that you said, Tyrese, deserved me to box your mouth.
Whoa,
and I didn't.
No.
By the way, this whole box your mouth thing is going viral. You know my biggest problem with it? From any Jamaican or any West Indian, if you've ever used that term, box usually means slap, like, right? Like I'm gonna box you is usually a slap to the face. That's what that means. Nobody say box your mouth. Your dog, me, I'm over for box you. Like it's just box you. Like that's how it is. Box your mouth is like some fake ass Jamaican type of iteration. Regardless, let's keep it going.
We were talking because this is something that I never wanted to say. And since he wants to be, well, why Envy? I'm telling him why. You said disrespectful shit to my wife.
What do you say?
It's neither here nor there. To the point where my wife doesn't call you back anymore. And to the point when you started talking to psych meds, me and my wife had a conversation and said, well, maybe Tyrese was on those medicines when he said it. But if you ever text me and my wife, you can't text me because I just unblocked you probably about a month ago when me and Charlamagne was talking, and he told me that you were on the psych meds, and this is what it was.
This is longer than a month ago.
Yeah, that's what made me unblock you. So that was the reason why I stopped talking to you and will not reach out to you anymore, because I'm like, I don't want to remember my brother as that. And maybe you were going through problems. So if somebody talks to, if I talk to your wife, disrespectful, I don't expect for you to come check on me. Okay. And that's how I felt at that time. You could say you were on those psych meds.
Okay, then
that's a lot of people though.
But maybe y'all should have been had this conversation.
No. Listen.
This is great.
This is where I think Jess Hilarious is like out of her realm. Like Jess Hilarious is a younger, like I don't think she's funny at all, but like she's a younger comedic type of person. And then when conversations ain't dealing with the funny, she seems out of place. Like, I think they have her on the Breakfast Club trying to bring, like, some youthful vibes to the place. But when it gets to this, you know, it's one of those things. And also, I could tell, like, you know, she also got to learn to shut the fuck up. Hey, this ain't the time where you're needed. You know what I mean? That's one of the great things about Angela Yee, no disrespect. And by the way, I met her at Roots Picnic. She was amazing. Well, actually, I met her before at Breakfast Club, but we really had a conversation at Roots Picnic. What she was good at is that she would get out the way of this shit. We don't want to hear you ad-libbing. This ain't fucking Wild and Out. Shut the fuck up, okay?
We have it when God wants us to have it.
That's it. And I'm going to say this, because this is not the first time I've said this. The things that I said and did, the people that I rubbed the wrong way, the things that I posted, my conduct overall that was literally out of my control. I've literally prayed that people can find it in their heart to not hold me to something that I said and did while I was literally out of my mind.
That's what a lot of people don't.
All right, Chad. So we then get to the other part, because after he said that, you know, let me tell you, Tyrese went home, and I guess he probably saw a lot of people cooking him saying, damn, DJ Envy, which, by the way, like, Charlemagne clowns Envy every day about being soft. And by the way, I don't know DJ Envy's real character, but Charlemagne has given the way he's portrayed Envy throughout this Breakfast Club, like, DJ Envy's a soft ass bitch. That's how he portrays him. He's always calling him beige and all that type of shit. So I can imagine Tyrese, who's this dark skinned nigga, going home. Everybody said, damn, well, you supposed to be the nigga from Baby Boy. How you let DJ Envy talk about he about to box your mouth? You know what he probably experienced? What I experienced with the Vic Mensa shit. I think Tyrese was probably like, all right, you know what? I ain't going to trip over it. He goes home. Everybody's tweeting him. Yeah, you ain't had that energy when Envy said he was going to box your mouth. So now you put it on Tyrese to now get back active. Tyrese actually went on a whole tirade, and he basically said, hey, listen, you know what? I got some receipts. And his receipts was supposed to showcase the fact that Envy wasn't being all the way truthful, and what he came with was a 10-minute video. I'm going to try to skip through it a little bit, because let's not sit here for every long, drawn-out video, but he went like this.
All right, y'all. So, I've lost a little sleep since I've been home about a man accusing me of disrespecting his wife, as he said. Charlemagne in the background said, what did he say? I was wondering too. What did I say? So, of course, you know, the beautiful thing about the iMessage, the iCloud, it gives you an opportunity to recall text messages, and I don't see nothing in the text messages directly into Envy or directly into his wife where I disrespected him or her. First of all, I think of all things that hurt me, anybody who knows me knows that I know and been around some of the most beautiful people, you know, girlfriends, baby mamas, wives. It's not even in my character to disrespect any man, specifically his wife. And yes, they can milk, not they, because I don't even know that his wife actually feels this way. But it's okay to milk the psych meds. Oh, you said a bunch of shit that you reckless. You know what? I'm still on my apology tour. Y'all seeing everything. I spoke about it in the interview. But I literally just had to pull up some receipts. And I had to go and look at my phone and say, when is the last time we were actually communicating? And does anything about our communication feel like I actually disrespected his wife or him? Because whether I was on psych meds or not, you're not describing me. You're not describing me as a man. That was the most hurtful thing ever. Charlemagne said, well, what did he say? Want to box you in the mouth. Hee hee ha ha. So, listen. I'm not going to show y'all what we were texting about. I just want to show you the debt. That says DJ Envy wife, DJ Envy, mission. Right? That's when I was on a mission to help in any way I could to step in and help his marriage. And then, if you look here, that says August 23rd, 3rd, 2022. This is a text chain with me, Envy, and his wife. Not 2017, 2018, where I supposedly disrespected his wife and I was blocked. I got receipts. If your wife blocked me, if you blocked me, how are we communicating about anything?
Chat, I'm gonna give you the real about this situation. Just wait. I got the take y'all need.
August 23rd, 2022. Now, let's go a little further. Here is some communication directly with your first lady. Okay? The last thing we were texting about was we were actually trying to figure out, because I told y'all I've been very uncomfortable about talking about what God used me to do and blah, blah, blah. Like, I did.
I'm gonna be honest, off the rip, this already sound like some August Alsina shit, right? Like, let's keep it a beat, right? This sound like some August Alsina shit, right? Except it's the reverse. Remember Jada was like, yeah, August was going through a hard time and God sent me to help him. So I jacked him off and sucked his cock. Like basically that's kind of what we heard from Jada, right? Oh yeah, let's get to the red table. Yeah, August was going through a really tough time in his life, and God sent me as a healer. So of course I made him come 5 times in a row and gave me like a rolling orgasm. That's what it sounded like, right, chat? Let's keep it a beat. Talking about God said, it sounded a little bit cockish, but let's keep it going.
Did it as from my heart. I didn't know him. I don't have a history. He ain't my brother. We ain't family. We ain't childhood homies. So it was such a random assignment, and I ended up doing it. But for him,
it was a random assignment by God.
To go on the airwaves and say I wanted to box you in the mouth because you disrespected my wife. My wife blocked you, I blocked you, and I just unblocked you a month ago. That's a fucking lie, bro. That is a lie. Look at this, man. Me and your wife were communicating.
Now, chat, the devil is in the details, and this is where we're going to figure out what the fuck is going on. By the way, let me tell you this. Usually when you hear most stories, both these motherfuckers is lying or they're telling partial truths. The real truth is in the middle, okay? So I think Envy a little bit full of shit, and I think this nigga a little bit full of shit. So let's get to the bottom of what really going on. Big Act always we gonna cut through the fuckery. Here we go.
August 11th, 2022. August 11th, 2012. Look.
Now, first and foremost, if you texting, by the way, he not showing all the way over the right because the blue gonna be his messages. He's messaging her mad time. She's hitting him with one-word answers. Red flag.
I said something.
Look, he finally showed it. What in the fuck? First of all, why are you sending pictures? What the fuck all of this got to do with getting a nigga marriage back together?
Something that was 7.
Look, all of this. Please, look, hold on. Now we got to zoom in a bit. This is where Tyrese ain't realized niggas could pause the joint. Please call me with Envy on the phone. It's very, very important. I just heard something. I just heard him clearly. It's like this nigga is telling them like he think he's talking to God. And I want to tell you both, nothing bad at all. Please call me. Let me make sure. Please call me. If he's free, please call me on 3-way. Please. He's begging this chick to call him.
Hours and 3 she said
she sent this nigga one fucking reply to all those messages.
Without fail. Like, I got receipts. I'm sending.
She just said without fail. She'll probably respond to some other shit.
Sending images of my new Rolls Royce.
What the fuck does your new Rolls Royce got to do with this nigga's wife forgiving him for fucking other bitches? Let me tell you this, man. Tyrese, I seen through your fuckery. You my guy, and I love watching all your stuff, and I love you in Fast and Furious. And by the way, I think you're a legendary R&B singer too. So I love everything about you. Pause. Except you do be doing some clownish shit, and we gotta admit it. Yo, Tyrese, you was trying to fuck that man's bitch. Well, no, let me. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize. You was trying to fuck that man's wife. You know you was trying to fuck that man's wife, bro. You low-key trying to flex like, yo, yeah, I'm sorry you dealing with this fuck nigga, but if you come over here, you deal with me. Matter of fact, by the way, everybody knows about DJ Envy. Envy loves cars. What was him and Rick Ross beefing about? Cars. So, you know what Tyrese Birdbrain is thinking? To get his wife, let me show her my new car. Bro, you not showing her this for no reason. You know you trying to fuck. I hate when niggas trying to fuck. Tyrese is one of the worst type of niggas. He's like the scummy pastor that you go to marriage counseling for, and the marriage counseling pastor says, you know what? Y'all got a lot of issues going on. I'm going to have separate sessions. And then he start meeting with your wife by himself. At first, it's in his office at the church. Then he tell your wife for the next session, she could just come over to his crib. All of a sudden, you know what I mean? They're reading Psalms 23, and the Lord, dingling out, dick out, big, right now. What's up? He's trying to fuck your girl. Using all that. Yo, let me tell you this. All these niggas, that's why I don't fuck with that Derek nigga, that Derek Jackson nigga. All these niggas that use the Lord to bust a nut, y'all niggas is sick. Y'all are very sick. Oh, the Lord told me something to tell you, call me. Nigga, you're fucking horny. Let's be honest. Talking about the Lord. Nigga, go on Pornhub, nigga. He's like, chat, like, it don't take no type of genius to figure it out. He's trying to pipe this man's wife. Envy, I see what you saying, low key. But I'm going to keep it a bean with you, Envy. I'm going to keep it a bean, but I'm going to wait till I play that part to keep it a bean with you because I think y'all both wrong. I'm going to keep it a bean. Here we keep going.
To your wife, like...
Why the fuck is you sending that to my wife? Bitch, what does this got to do with you fixing my marriage? My wife just caught me getting my cock sucked by Erica Mena, some random chick on Love and Hip Hop. You need to tell her that I love her so much. I made a mistake. She should let me get back with her. Why the fuck you sending your Rolls Royce? What the fuck that got to do with the mission? Didn't you say the Lord gave you a random assignment? Which part of the assignment is you sending your Rolls Royce, nigga?
I know y'all always got nice cars and this and that. Like, if she blocked it.
I don't know if I can't really go back on the video. I don't know if you've seen that, the other thing too. He sent her another picture after that. Tyrese like the nigga who is like perpetually in like the hidden request on Instagram, and he get to the point that he been typing so long, like, you know, answer me real quick. He just send a dick pic. That's what Tyrese is doing. Tyrese, you can blame the psych meds. I'm calling it like I see it, boy.
Me, if I actually disrespected her as you allege, and you felt the way,
By the way, that's another thing too. I think DJ Envy not keeping it a bean. DJ Envy, your wife, by the way, I don't think she was complicit at all, but I don't think it was him disrespecting her because she would have not responded at all. I think you were disrespected because you had a relationship with Tyrese. So you wouldn't think your mans would try to fuck your wife. But you trying to lump it on her saying that, I think he wasn't trying to explain exactly what it is. So I think that's why he was saying, because I thought he called Envy's wife like the B word or something, right?
Are we communicating August 22nd, 2023? It's bullshit, bro. Like, that's like, look what your wife just texted back and said. Absolutely beautiful. Talking about me.
This nigga Tyrese is a sick fuck. What the fuck this got to do with saving the marriage? 2 lots for sale. I have 3. Look, you know what he's trying to do? Let me tell you this. I see why niggas say you want to slap in your mouth. My nigga, you're trying to let this nigga's wife know I'm way richer than Envy. Envy's getting that little DJ money from the club and that Breakfast Club money. That shit don't go nearly as far as his Fast and Furious money. He's buying little cars and toys. I got a fucking island. He's stunting on her. Oh my God. Oh shit. Fuck. How do I fast forward? I probably got to download this fucking video. Let me just go to YouTube then. Fuck. What's his name again? What's the fucking name? Tyrese Envy. I'll find it. All right, this is okay. Here we go.
Matter of fact, when women know I'm out, I'm fucking with you because you disrespected. Okay, I know y'all always got nice cars and this and that. Like, if she blocked me, if I actually disrespected her as you allege, and you felt the way, how are we communicating August 22nd, 2023? It's bullshit, bro. Like, that's like talking about me purchasing an island in Turkey.
What the fuck? Like, what the fuck does...
And Caicos. That was August 23rd, 2023.
Look at some of this desperate shit he's saying. Good morning. First of all, I don't want no nigga texting my bitch before I wake up with morning wood. Like, nigga, why are you texting my woman this early?
Come on, man. And then responding with went.
Okay, so basically, bro, listen, we see through the bullshit. Tyrese was trying to fuck DJ Envy's wife. That's a fact, bro. Like, come on, man. DJ Envy he was down bad, clearly. He thinking, oh, all right, Tyrese one of them, like, you know, I realized about Tyrese, and Tyrese, I love you. Like, I support you, like, through all your little child support shit, I support you. But now when I see you do this, you come off like a scammer who be talking all that God stuff, but really you got ulterior motives, okay? Talking all that, oh, like, you know, he's talking to me, the spiritual, whatever shit. Women eat that shit up, and all of a sudden you have your dick up in their stomach, okay? We know niggas like you, man. Niggas like you are the worst type of niggas to have around, like your girl, because put like this. I like when a nigga is like, if he gonna try to get at your girl, he gonna just get at your girl. He not gonna disguise himself as, oh no, I'm here to be the gay best friend. I'm the preacher you never had. I'm on a mission from God. Like, get out of here, nigga. What type of acting you think you doing, nigga? You think this is Fast and Furious 10? Get your stupid ass the fuck out of my wife's DMs. I bet. Now, I'm going to keep it real with you. I'm going to have to give Envy some words because, truth be told, Envy, you did fuck up, my brother, okay? Why the hell, like, I know you were down bad, but why the hell did you even sanction this nigga talking to your wife? Yo, let me say this. Never agree for another man to be in your wife's ear when she is insecure about your relationship. Trust and believe it's the nature of man to almost put themselves on a pedestal and kick your back in. I'm telling you, if you and your woman ain't on the best, listen, I ain't saying that a woman can't talk to a man. But if you and your wife is on the brink, y'all going through something, and there's a nigga who loves to listen to her, bro, he not listening to her. He's trying to fuck her, bro. Like, I'm telling you this shit. So Envy, you're going to hear Envy admitted in this that he says he allowed Tyrese to help his marriage. Bro, Tyrese, like, y'all niggas forget who Tyrese is? Tyrese made a fucking legendary song called Signs of Love Making. Read the lyrics. This ain't the type of nigga who I think is gonna call my girl and tell her to get back with me. This is the type of nigga that's gonna be punching dick in your girl's stomach, nigga. I'm a Capricorn. I came here to get managed. Ooh, I know it's good when you start speaking Spanish. Aries, sexually, you full of energy. After I'm done, you still telling me you want it. I met a Gemini. Ooh, what a sex drive. She wanted from the front, back, left, and right. Baby, I will guarantee. What the fuck? This nigga can't tell my bitch shit. Fuck is you talking about? Envy, you fucked up. I think Envy must have been like, you know, he's kind of caught up with one of his homies been scammed like the whole New Jersey, like the whole tri-state. One of his homies, allegedly, I don't know if this is true. Like, I'll be just reading shit online. One of his homies done took everybody's PPP money, told them he was about to invest in some houses, and now they trying to lock all these niggas up. I don't think Envy finna get locked up. Hopefully you're not in it like that, Envy, because I don't really, I'll be rooting for you, but it looked like the nigga you was rocking with might have been scared. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Anyway, here's the thing. Why the hell would you want a nigga who made a song that says, listen, these are the signs of love making. Are you the zodiac freak? See, this is the worst type of nigga right here. This is the type of nigga that pull up on your bitch with crystals, horoscopes, like shit talking about like fucking like astrological numbers. You can't beat them type of slimy ass niggas, okay? Them niggas will talk the panties off your bitch. Hell to the no. Them niggas ain't trying to get you back with your girl. They'll get you back with your girl after they fuck the shit out of her, nigga. There's only one therapy them niggas is giving her is sexual therapy. Trust and believe. What do you think that nigga Tyrese is saying? Listen to the fucking song. I met a Scorpio. She had no limit to where she go. And she was so damn sexual. She said, Tyrese, are you ready for me? I'll do anything to fulfill your needs. What? Tell me what you got and I got you, babe. Whisper in my ear when I'm driving you crazy. I'm going to smack you from the side while I'm grabbing them thighs? Oh, hell to the no. Nigga, DJ Envy, you were chilling with this scamming ass nigga who was scamming the whole Jersey or the whole tri-state too much. You forgot you done agreed to let a nigga that been making the freakiest songs on earth give your wife therapy. You thought it was relationship therapy. That nigga was trying to fuck her. I'm gonna just keep it in. I'm gonna just being honest.
Let's call my wife, please.
Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
Jesus Christ.
Am I on the radio?
Yes, you are. You're on the radio. Tyrese is calling me a liar. For people that don't know, I stopped talking to Tyrese, and there was a reason why I stopped talking to Tyrese. Not because only did I think he was a bozo and full of ish, but also because of the way that I felt he was talking and conducting business with my wife. Tyrese helped save our relationship when we were going through probably our lowest point, and I cheated. Tyrese came in and really helped us and guided us through our relationship, correct?
August Alsina shit.
Yes, he did. Absolutely.
And then we got to a point where we stopped talking to Tyrese. I even blocked Tyrese, and I wanted to box his mouth, as I said the other day. And can you explain to the people why we stopped talking to Tyrese?
Well, we stopped talking to Tyrese on two different occasions. Once many, many years ago when he did do that amazing thing for us.
My wife ain't talking about no nigga. Listen. Tyrese wrote that fucking song in the 80s or some shit like that. If that nigga was writing that song in 2023, nigga, he would write Pound Town remix, nigga. That nigga has been on some freaky I want to fuck you vibes for as long as I know Tyrese, okay? That's the nigga who used to be black as fucking tar, but when you saw him in a music video, he was glistening, nigga. He was glistening with baby oil. Cause you know what? He had baby oil that the fucking abs could pop and that your bitch could get wet, nigga. This ain't the type of nigga you want to talk to your queen. This is the worst type of nigga. It's like saying, my marriage is on the brinks. I went to Trey Songz for him to talk to her and lecture her about why she need to be with me. You, come on, bro. Nigga, come on. Does this make sense? Oh, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. My girl want to break up with me, but I brought her to Trey Songz that Trey Songz could talk some sense into her that she could stay with a nigga. Nigga, what the fuck? Nigga, does this make sense? Nigga. Let me put it like this. Hey, by the way, this is all comedy too. And Envy, don't get mad at me. I love you, brother. Like, this is comedy. I know this is your wife. I ain't saying nothing bad about her. I'm just telling you. Relax. Could you imagine when motherfucking Tyrese get that call from Envy like, yeah, bro, I need you to save my wife. I need you to save my marriage, man. This nigga probably on the phone like, word? This nigga like, I bet. Let me get my little vibrating condom ring. Let me get the flavored condoms. I bet. I'm about to save this fucking marriage. Come on, man. Ain't no way that Tyrese was thinking about fucking. Like, come on, yo, bro. Listen, like, it don't take a fucking like genius to figure it out.
He and I became friends, and we were very, very cool, and we spoke often. But
do I gotta say, chat? If I'm Trey Songz, if I'm Tyrese, if I'm Chris Brown, you know me from making sexually explicit, I'ma pipe your girl down lyrics in all my hit songs. You're calling me to save your marriage. Why am I saving your marriage? You have cheated. The very common and the obvious thing for me to believe is that you have realized you fucked up. This is her hall pass. So if I'm Tyrese and I'm on that phone, I'm like, oh, I get it, nigga. Like, you don't gotta say it. Like, you ain't Adam 22. Like, Adam's gonna literally bring his girl to the nigga and say, fuck her, right? Like, that's what Adam's. But that's a white nigga shit. You black, so you be like, I can read between the lines. Oh, you want me to counsel her? Okay. Oh, you cheated? Oh, all right. So this her hall pass. This get back. That's what that nigga Tyrese thinking. This get back. What's the problem? Tyrese just a weird. I ain't gonna call him weird. Tyrese is a devious nigga. Cause he probably pulled up like you ever see them little deacon collars? He probably pulled up with a collar, a goddamn King James version of the Bible, some holy water, and of course, some goddamn sangria that he gonna say is for communion. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. That nigga got your wife drunk off that red wine. They ain't doing no communion, nigga. They're doing some type of union. They ain't communion, okay? Trust me. It's gonna be some type of union. It just ain't gonna be communion, nigga. Fuck all that shit, man. All I'm telling y'all, bro. Mid-therapy. Got her split open. Pussy looking juicy as hell. That nigga said, Lord, forgive me because I'm finna sin. Like, come on, man. Yo, you ever seen, yo, this is the type of holy nigga Tyrese remind me of. You ever seen Bernie Mac? God rest his soul. We love Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac and Friday? Bernie Mac Friday. You ever seen Bernie Mac and Friday? Here we go. Here we go. Hey. Here we go.
Shut up, man. Come to pass.
Everybody say RP Bernie Mac real quick. Come on.
Bud, too. How you doing, brother Craig? How you doing?
How you doing?
Well, I see. But yeah, Sister Jones in? Nope. Neither's brother Jones. They both at work.
Yeah, nigga.
Need to be nigga.
Excuse me, brother.
Yeah.
What we call drugs at 74th Street Baptist Church, we call us sin.
Well, around here, between Normandy and Weston, we call this here a little twin.
Wow.
Nigga.
Why don't you just give him a little bit for my cataract?
You didn't put in on this, man.
It's better to get a receipt, my brother. Look, she bent it over.
Right there. This is Tyrese, right here. This is Tyrese. This Tyrese right here.
My brother. Look, she bent it over.
Yeah. Look at Tyrese.
Lord have mercy. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. Excuse me.
The Lord is Tyrese shepherd. He know what he want. Holy.
Lord have mercy.
And that was DJ Envy wife. Let's keep it up, Bean.
To get a receipt, my brother. Look, she bent it over. Lord have mercy. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. Excuse me, brother. Miss Parker. Can I talk to you for a minute, Miss Parker?
We be letting you know.
Come on, man. Anyway, let's get back to it.
But for me, it got to a point where it became inappropriate and uncomfortable, where I felt as...
Hey, no, I love DJ Envy, bro. I'm not disrespecting. I'm just telling the truth. I don't know if he knows. Like, I think he was dancing around. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all right to a certain extent. I'm listening to the Breakfast Club. They be talking everything but the truth. Y'all niggas got to start saying exactly what's going on. Bro, You cut this nigga off, he try to pipe your wife out. Nigga, I'll cut that nigga off too. I feel you. I see why you want to square up with that nigga. Damn, nigga, why? Yo, damn, I was at my lowest point with my wife. You try to fuck her? What the fuck, nigga? You weird. Actually, I'm surprised Envy even interviewed the nigga. Boy, you try to fuck my wife, nigga. Like, fuck it, nigga. We gotta get her heads up or something, nigga. This is my wife, dog. This mother of my kid. Yo, Envy got like 15 kids. Like, bruh, like, yo, my nigga, ain't you done fucked all the chicks on the Fast and Furious set? You still trying to fuck Mop? Yo, bro, we gotta catch a head up. I'm just only blaming Envy because, Envy, why the fuck is you calling a nigga that's making songs like Signs of Lovemaking to talk to your wife? What the fuck is going on over here? Like, can we talk about, like, bro, come on. You want this nigga to counsel your girl? What?
So lines were being crossed. You know, there was time.
Oh, shit. I spilled some shit. Hold on.
Am I on the radio?
Yes, you are.
Oh,
You're on the radio.
My bad.
Tyrese is calling me a liar. For people that don't know, I stopped talking to Tyrese, and there was a reason why I stopped talking to Tyrese. Not because only did I think he was a bozo and full of ish, but also because of the way that I felt he was talking and conducting business with my wife. Tyrese helped save our relationship when we were going through probably our lowest point, and I cheated. Tyrese came in and really helped us and guided us through our relationship, correct?
Yes, he did. Absolutely.
And then we got to a point where we stopped talking to Tyrese. I even blocked Tyrese, and I wanted to box his mouth, as I said the other day. And can you explain to the people why we stopped talking to Tyrese?
Well, we stopped talking to Tyrese on two different occasions. Once many, many years ago when he did do that amazing thing for us. He and I became friends, and we were very, very cool, and we spoke often. But for me...
Hey, I ain't junk neither, man. Matter of fact, I got a story. Now, I'm going to tell y'all a story. Actually, I know this nigga, too. Hey, well, this is all in the past. This is all in the past, right? I don't think he's... Hey, let me tell you this. Remember when I was with Angelica, nigga? Me and her was beefing. We really was at the point about to be separated, but it was like, you know, one of them type of joints, right? Angelica, like, you know, whatever. I told you, I'm going to be honest, I'm a serial cheater. It just happened. I'm sorry. Like, you know what I mean? My daddy was a cheater. His grandfather was a cheater. Like, this shit go back generations, back to slavery days. I ain't going to hold you. Like, trust me, we trying to break the cycle. It's genetic. And let me tell you this. Real talk. I ain't even going to lie. Bet. So, me and Angelica, we going through it type shit, right? Should I name the nigga? I could name the nigga. Yeah, cause no, we kind of cool now. He admitted it. I think he kind of did apologize type shit. Kind of did. So tell me how, like, every time we'd have a fight, you feel me? My man, y'all know my man Ray? My man Ray would be like, oh, like he kind of almost like try to calm her down at times. At first, I'm looking at like, yo, like, I be dealing with crazy hoes. So, like, these crazy bitches just start acting up, so I can't calm these bitches down. So Ray was hitting her and be like, nah, yo, you gotta calm down, this and third. I'm like, yo, Ray doing me a solid. Like, he having her not wilding out. She ain't gonna do too much. I bet. I ain't tweaking on it at first. I'm chilling. I'm like, yo, my boy doing me a favor. Real talk. You get what I mean? Now, that favor turned into a little bit more than that. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Tell me how, like, you know what I mean? One time we arguing type shit. She's like, you know what? Fuck it, I ain't even gonna be here next week anyway. I'm probably gonna go down to Miami. Oh, Ray's setting up some shit for me to do. Wait, what the fuck? What are you talking about right now? What? Said, yeah, remember I was telling you about, like, want to do music and, like, yo, Ray said he got a music guy down there. I'm like, what the fuck that got to do with, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, Ray said he got a bunch of connects and all everything. He gonna hook me up with some shit. And yeah, like, yeah, I'm like, and women are dumb. Like, I'm serious. Women are stupid. Like, I'm trying to explain to her, like, bitch, he don't think you got no talent. He's trying to fuck. No, he's cool. Like, nah, he not like that. I know the nigga. He's exactly like that. I know him. Her stupid ass ain't believe me until I think one time Ray probably said something slick to her, and then she was like, wait, are you trying to fuck? Because she was stupid. Like, women know me knowing. A nigga do that, you fly out there like, oh no, I'm just here to just like, oh, they said I could put me in the studio with whatever. It's just business. All of a sudden, 3 cups of Henny, nigga piping your bitch out, man. For real. So I remember at one point she was like, oh no, she was like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Ray got a little weird on me. I think he's trying to fuck. I'm looking at her like, bitch, I ain't tell you this shit from a long time ago. The fuck is you talking about? What you thought this nigga was a relation therapist? All he do is fuck bitches. What do you think he's here to do? Why is he talking to your stupid ass? No, he actually says he think I'm talented. He think I'm funny. Bitch, you can't make nobody laugh. Just cut it out. Trust me, I know this type of shit. I'm being honest with y'all. Let me keep this shit going.
It got to a point where...
By the way, I'm still cool with Ray. The only reason I'm cool with Ray admitted it. By the way, I ain't gonna lie to you. I can't get too much into background shit. One time, Tory mentions Ray on the song on the what's that song called? Controller remix. He's like, yo, tell Ray go get the condoms or some shit like that. One time, Tory, I don't know, him and Ray must have been in a weird space. I don't want to get into that. Tory calls me and Tory's like, yo, Ak, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like, yo, I just want to make sure our relationship is cool. Cause I did hear about like some shit like that nigga might have tried to get at your girl. Just to let you know, I would never try to get at your girl. Like I remember Tory called me and was like, yo, bro, like I definitely didn't sanction none of that. That's not me. I wasn't part of that. That's that nigga type shit. You know what I mean? And I was like, I respect you for that, Tory. You know what I mean? But that nigga, he eventually admitted it. He was like, Ray ain't shit. Ray ain't shit. But he'll admit he ain't shit. He'll tell you like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I was trying to see if she was going type shit. You know what I mean? But niggas gonna be niggas. I could forgive a nigga who at least be honest at the end of the day. All right, bet. Here we go.
It became inappropriate and uncomfortable, where I felt as though lines were being crossed. You know, there was times where I felt like he was extremely demanding of my time and of my attention, where if I didn't give him my time and my attention, he would get very angry, get very upset. At that time, I didn't feel as though he was going through any mental issues. I didn't feel as though he was facing any mental challenges at that time. I know that he does.
Somebody said, so Ak, you DJ Envy and raise Tyrese. I wouldn't say that because, nigga, DJ Envy sanctioned it. Nigga, I was telling the whole time, I'm like, yo, nigga, Ray trying to fuck. I like, she was like, no, I think he could help me out in music. One time I remember saying to her, like, I ain't trying because she actually told me, because y'all niggas be snitching this shit. She actually told me, she was like, could you stop talking about like our previous relationship or your stream? See, to me it's mad old, but I don't want y'all to like hate her or like whatever. But these are stories I could tell now. I couldn't tell then. What did I say to her? I forgot. Oh no, I forgot. Anyway, let me just keep going.
Go through things, and I know that he has been on medication, but at that time I felt as though he was very clear-minded and everything seemed cool. But when
I know what I was saying. I remember saying to her, I was just like, my nigga, you know the person you're fucking every night that you're in a relationship with is the biggest owns the biggest media platform in the world for hip hop. And you're telling me you need to go link with some other nigga to get your music popping? That don't sound crazy? I remember saying that, I'm like, that don't sound crazy? Like, oh no, he gonna put me in the studio. I said, that don't sound crazy to you? I think I can see the wheels turning, and I'm like, okay, let me just see. I know we're on Windows 98, but let's see if we catch up on this one. You know what I mean? Anyway.
I started to feel uncomfortable and you started to feel uncomfortable, we took a step.
Facts! Somebody said, bro, that's like Howard Stern's chick trying to link with Steiny from Nelk for motherfucking promo on being a podcaster. Exactly. Exactly, nigga. Exactly, nigga. I remember thinking about, I had to explain it like that, but I'm like, they almost felt like I was like Boo Boo the Clown or some shit. Anyway, let me go.
Back.
Well, what lines were crossed? Because people would be like, well, what lines did he cross?
I don't really feel comfortable being specific because at the same time, I still do have a respect for him. I know that you still do have a respect.
With all due respect, and I'm definitely not going to disrespect her in saying this, but I'm going to be very honest in my interpretation of what she's saying. She's not going to say specific things because it's probably, I don't believe they checked him immediately. And they could have their own reason. Maybe they were like, oh, he's a friend, like whatever. I think he was flirting with her, right? She probably was responding, maybe not in a flirtatious way, but they weren't checking him at first. You get what I mean? And here's the thing, especially about certain dudes who shoot their shot a lot. Until they I always tell women, if you really don't like a man, tell him no. Don't tell him not right now. Don't tell him, oh, right now you're not looking for someone. Because what that does is you open up the hell floodgates of hope. If you give somebody hope that they could eventually fuck or they could eventually be with you, they will try a million different things. And essentially what I believe is why they're not just completely violating him is that look at Tyrese, look at the messages Tyrese was sending. There was a little bit implicit flirting going on. And yes, she might not have flirted back, but they weren't checking it immediately. They were, it was kind of like, oh, okay, that's cool. And again, it makes it feels like you're almost complicit, right? That's what I think.
For him, I would feel more comfortable just being general and saying that, there was flirting and inappropriate compliments for a woman who's married.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I guarantee after all those compliments, it was never, yo, Tyrese, you're out of pocket, bro. Stop. Bro, stop it. I'm married. Stop it, brother. So I think that's why she don't want to get too specific, and I understand it.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
I don't have respect for him, though. But, yeah, no, I get it, and you do it. And, I appreciate that, what he did.
How did you see it?
No, I know. I know that everything that's going on right now, and I know that he's being boisterous about it. I haven't been on Instagram in the last 2 weeks because we've been really busy, but you've told me some things, but I haven't really seen it firsthand, so it's not going to affect me the same way it's affecting you because I haven't seen it. But what I can say is that very clear lines were crossed. And
I get it.
So how did you see it, Envy?
There's certain things that you don't say to a man's wife. There's certain things that you don't say to a man's girlfriend. There's certain things that you don't say in a flirtatious way. And I told you what he said. You spoke to my wife yesterday, so you know what he said.
So that's why you wanted to box. That's why you said I'll box your mouth.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to box his mouth. It's just certain things you don't play with somebody's wife like that. And
were you upset that he wasn't flirting with you in any way, shape, or form?
A little bit. No, you see, you playing too much. But no, when it comes to it, I look at it like this. Tyrese did help save my marriage, and I have a respect for him for that. That's the reason why instead of going at him, I just let it go. I just not spoke to him anymore until he starts going up. Now, I don't know if he has a record to sell. He's trying to push his record or whatever it may be. I just don't like it. And the reason I don't like it is that man was up here. He was in our faces. We had a conversation. After the conversation, we let things go. And it's just always weird when people do that. They go home and now all of a sudden they do other things. We just had a conversation. We was just here for an hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, that was strange.
But I just don't like to be called a liar. And when somebody says, I got receipts, when I'm like, no, you spoke to my wife. What
receipts? What do you mean he said he has?
Yeah, this shit all about Envy these days. All right, cool. Anyway, Envy, that nigga was trying to fuck your wife. I could read between the lines. I just think you're wrong because, bruh, I'm sorry. Like, Tyrese the last thing I'm calling if my relationship is in turmoil. Like, bro, go to your local pastor, go to your local community leader. Even them niggas you could barely trust, you should probably monitor. But I'm definitely not going to a fucking R&B singer who actually thinks he's like some type of sex icon. I'm sorry. Not going to happen. Never in life. So I got to blame you for that. We'll keep it moving, though. Anyway, there's a new documentary that just came out on NBA Youngboy. I kind of want to, get into it a little bit. I've never watched it. So I want to kind of like try to speed through it a bit because apparently it's 6 hours. Trapolo Raw's finally published his documentary about NBA Youngboy. And by the way, the title of
Warning.
it.
This video contains themes of violence.
The title of it is NBA Youngboy or Youngboy, Real Killer or Fake Gangster.
Death. Warning.
There's a disclaimer at the front.
Over the last 5 years, there's been few rappers that have generated as much excitement and controversy as Youngboy.
By the way, I'm going to watch y'all to let me know how we could get to the good parts. Tell me to skip if you want me to skip to another chapter, but we got a lot to get through. Let's go.
His music is personal, thought-provoking, and violent in equal measure. He's one of the few artists who can top the Billboard charts with music all about killing, death, and destruction. But his ability to communicate the stark realities of life growing up in the dangerous slums of Baton Rouge have inspired people all over America and the world at large. Youngboy's experiences in the gang-infested slums of Louisiana, where it's kill or be killed, inspired a generation of downtrodden youngsters to struggle through the pain too. Because despite losing family members and being the target of numerous assassination attempts, Youngboy has always managed to come out on top. Not just surviving, but beating the odds and coming back bigger every single time. It's rare to find an artist who attracts this much love and hate all at the same time. And Youngboy's thugged out survival anthems for the streets have made him one of the most beloved artists in history. But his influence has a dark side too, because some might say that his aggressive murder anthems are inspiring a generation of lost teenagers to slide and resort to violence just like he had to. But can Youngboy really be blamed? When basketball player Ja Morant ended up in hot water for flashing a gun in a strip club to Youngboy's music, many people suggested that this was Youngboy's fault. And considering just how many lives seem to have been lost as a direct result of Youngboy's career, whether it's the murder of rival Baton Rouge rapper G Money, to the slaying of Youngboy's beloved manager Big Dump, or even the killing of Chicago rap legend King Von, seemingly a self-defense shooting, the result of Von trying to fight one of Youngboy's friends, to say Youngboy and his NBA crew are dangerous would be an understatement. But is the group of people that Youngboy surrounds himself a gang of loose cannons shooting first and asking questions later, or are they just really a family of youngsters with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that they would put their lives on the line to protect? Over the course of his career, so many people have died that Youngboy even refers to himself as the Murder Man, and claiming in numerous songs to have been the direct cause of as many as 7 murders in his hometown. Over the years, many people have questioned the authenticity of Youngboy's gangster image.
You got cap in your raps. Youngboy talking about on this song, boy.
In spite of all of the violence surrounding his career, in 2022, Youngboy had a change of heart, perhaps coming the result of reflecting on all of the destruction and pain that had been caused by his music career, or as a result of years of legal battles that have seen Youngboy endlessly confined to a cell or on house arrest. Because recently, he's been calling to stop the violence, pledging in interviews to stop promoting murder and violence in his songs, and even taking steps to de-escalate the conflict with his most hated rivals in Baton Rouge, with Youngboy's crew even sharing the stage with their mortal enemy Fredo Bang for a special charity concert aiming to stop the violence. But that said, even these intentions have been called into question, when after pledging to stop the violence, Youngboy continues to drop violent murder anthems back to back. So, the $50 million question remains unanswered. Is Youngboy really a gravedigger, the self-proclaimed murder man of Baton Rouge, really serious about stopping the violence? Or is this all just a ploy to try and avoid the responsibility for convincing a generation of teenagers to pick up a gun and get active in the streets? Well, today we're going to take a closer look at the murders, the music, and the man, and decide once and for all, is Youngboy really as dangerous as they say he is?
It's either you're gonna die, you're either gonna be a bum, or you're gonna be successful, or you're gonna go to jail. And the reason I ain't that way, because the scary part, I don't know which one I'm gonna be. But I ain't dumb though, you hear me? And the people who play that role to y'all, them just know I ain't dumb. The people who really know me, they know I ain't dumb, you hear me? How the f I came this far? You think I came this far by being dumb? Come on, man.
Today's story takes place in the state of Louisiana. Louisiana is in the United States Deep South, a historic region of the US with a dark history. The Deep South has had deep ties to the historic slave trade, with these particular states like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia historically being heavily dependent on the plantation system, which saw black people kidnapped from their native lands in Africa and put to work against their will in cotton fields for the benefit of white Americans. Even after the Confederate States lost the Civil War and slavery was abolished, racism continued to cast a shadow over Louisiana for many years. Attempts were made to restrict free black people from voting, and racist organizations like the White League were formed in Louisiana to terrorize, intimidate, and target the black community there. Eventually, after World War II, in the face of the civil rights movement, black people in Louisiana finally begun to exercise their right to vote. And in 1960, this saw the establishment of groups like the Louisiana State Sovereignty Commission with an aim to battle racial segregation in the state, particularly in schools. During these years of segregation, it's believed that many African Americans fled Louisiana to states like California, seeking better treatment and opportunities. However, analysis by William Frey suggested that in decades that followed, due to better civil rights in Louisiana, many black migrants were actually attracted back to the state. But despite these improvements, however, Louisiana still remained a difficult place to grow up black through the 90s and the noughties. The state's incarceration rates have been at the very top in the world for decades now.
Alright, no disrespect. I gotta get straight to the murders, bro. Okay, here we go.
Base with a sequel, Mind of a Menace 2, and on this project, he continued to drop shade on his former crew TBG. In the intro for this tape, he suggests that they didn't live up to their promises and says that he's ready to go to war with his former allies. Then in the song A Lot of Miles, Youngboy explains that rather than switching on TBG like some say he did, he actually claims to have just gotten smarter and that he hasn't really changed at all. Perhaps indicating that he felt he got smart to what was going on and realised that his career would benefit more as a free agent. Youngboy would seemingly indicate his team's readiness to go to war with their former crew. On the track Fact, rapping that he's riding around with Pap, OG3, and guns, looking for their ops and aiming to make their guns go boom when they see them. Around this time, it seems clear that Youngboy formed his winning strategy of flooding the internet with music through frequent mixtape releases. Less than 3 months after Mind of a Menace 2, Youngboy would drop yet another mixtape, Before I Go, which was released on June the 27th, 2016. And on this project, Youngboy would begin to drop hints alluding to the ongoing beef with G Money, the star rapper of his former crew TBG, Top Boy Gorillas. Youngboy would also be shooting more threats to his former crew on the song Change, saying Youngboy not TBG, and if someone plays, he's gonna get it. And another lyric on the song Change seemed to acknowledge a rumour that G Money had actually hooked up with Youngboy's sister, with Youngboy saying he won't speak on sleeping with my sister, something that perhaps wasn't public knowledge at the time of this song's release. But around a year later, G Money would openly admit and kind of brag about hooking up with Youngboy's sister in a Say Cheese interview.
He met by his sister too though.
About his sister?
Yeah, I had a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
The beef between Youngboy and G Money would be further complicated by Youngboy's cousin Boozilla. Boozilla repped BBG, or Bottom Boy Gorillas. They were the main rivals of TBG until Youngboy started his NBA crew. Story goes that G Money from TBG was beefing with Boozilla from BBG over some stolen drugs. Drugs which some believe Youngboy himself may have actually stolen, blaming Boozilla. This theory is based on lyrics G Money rapped on his song Industry, where he claimed Youngboy's own cousin wanted to kill him. So, on July the 16th, 2016, Youngboy's cousin Boozilla drops the song Forgive Me, where he's dissing TBG and repping BBG. He wears a BBG t-shirt in the video, and he shouts out the Bottom Boys as his crew. He'd rap lyrics seeming to suggest that he was a shooter and that he wants to kill a rapper. But more specifically, he dissed another local rapper by the name of FL Doosa. Doosa is from the FL, or Forever Loyalty crew, who would later be closely affiliated with TBG, with Doosa himself later dropping numerous songs with Fredo Bang, Lit Yoshi, and other TBG artists. In Boozilla's song Forgive Me, he raps that Doosa is scared to walk through the South and that he's laying down the law in his area. Apparently the beef between Boozilla and Doosa was extremely personal and would eventually turn deadly. But before things would escalate to more violence, Youngboy would end up making a huge leap forward in his rap career. On September the 21st, 2016, Youngboy drops the video for his breakout track 38 Baby. Named after the street he grew up on, Northside 38, this song was a window into his life fresh out of the streets. The track painted a picture of his daily life, drinking lean, smoking with demons, and sending his hitters at people for any reason he can find, explaining how he's not able to go anywhere without being armed, and having to look out for old friends who turned on him over envy. Frankly, this song described a lot of pressure for a 16-year-old kid to be dealing with at the time. In the track, he also seemed to drop shade on G Money and TBG, denying their claims that they blew him up as a rapper and claiming that they just don't like the fact that he's now blowing up faster than them. The music video for 38 Baby saw Youngboy and his friends toting plenty of firearms, and many people were taken aback by seeing somebody so young surrounded by so much danger and communicating the stark reality of their life so clearly over a catchy beat. Hell, footage would later even circulate showing that Youngboy actually recorded many of the songs from around this period with an actual AK-47 on him in the recording booth. This 16-year-old Youngboy was living a life truly beyond his years, and this spectacle would attract the attention of many, many more fans and music industry players. The song 38 Baby and its music video has garnered over 100 million views on YouTube to this day, and the song itself was followed by a full mixtape also titled 38 Baby, which dropped on October the 28th, 2016. This project would truly be the watershed moment of Youngboy's career professionally, and he would finally get co-signs from respected rappers in the industry. As on the mixtape itself, Youngboy secured collaborations with fellow Louisiana Baton Rouge legends such as Kevin Gates and Boosie Badass, as well as a verse from his day one brother OG3. In fact, Kevin Gates, after appearing on the 38 Baby mixtape track Like Me, even got a portrait of Youngboy tattooed on his right leg just to show his admiration for the rising Louisiana legend. And Boosie would invite Youngboy to feature on his November 2016 track My Lil Son, where Youngboy rapped menacingly about sliding on his ops with NBA Joe and 3-3. But back to the 38 Baby mixtape. As well as gaining Youngboy the respect of heavy hitters in the Baton Rouge rap scene, it also gained Youngboy an enormous amount of fame and success in the eyes of his
here today. Now you can see details are still very limited about
here at the lakes. Instead, they're looking to see if 3 different scenes are all connected. The first was at Nebraska, well, just 8 streets over, or 0.4 miles away. Around 9:30 this morning, police say a man was shot in the neck. He or the suspect then drove 1.4 miles to East Lakeshore in May around the LSU lakes and called police for help.
This is not a random shooting. They believe the shooter and victim actually did know each other.
Surprisingly, however, the violence was still not over, and the following day, on the 3rd of November 2016, at roughly 9:49 AM, shooters would return to the street where Boozer lived with his family and was killed, with officers nearby claiming to have heard 37 gunshots, apparently fired by 2 shooters, who then fled the scene in a getaway vehicle. They would leave 2 homes on the street riddled with bullets, and at this point, the violence in Baton Rouge, held just in this street alone, was spiraling out of control. And at a certain point, the danger was so high that the authorities placed the local school on lockdown out of fear that further shootings would affect the children in the local community.
A number of schools in East Baton Rouge Parish are on lockdown for separate reasons today. We start with the 3 schools that were also placed on lockdown yesterday.
Police are still on scene here at the intersection of Nebraska and East Harrison Street. They're looking into reports of shots fired earlier today. Now you can see details are still very limited, but much of the investigation is centered around this white home here right near the intersection of East Harrison and Nebraska Street. This is the latest in a rash of recent shootings in this area over the past few days, including one that left an 18-year-old dead. The teen was found shot to death Wednesday in the 2000 block of Nebraska Street. That incident happened around midnight. Then yesterday morning around 9:30, a man was shot in the neck on Kentucky Street, which is just a couple of blocks from the spot where that fatal shooting occurred. The victim left the area in a car and then parked around the LSU lakes to call for help. These recent violent incidents near Nebraska have left some residents feeling uneasy.
At this point, even people living on this street were being interviewed by the news, telling them that it's like living in hell.
I live on this street, and this about the worst street to live on. You say living in hell? This is hell right here. The young folks don't have no respect for old Elizabeth.
At some point, the shooting would stop, the smoke would clear, and local investigators would finally be able to piece together exactly what had happened and putting those involved in handcuffs. A 17-year-old man by the name of Trayshawn Coates would be arrested and charged with second-degree murder for the killing of Boozilla, along with a 27-year-old man by the name of Monty Carey. This was reported in The Advocate that also published an interview with Boozilla's mother. In it, she would claim that since the killing, her other children's grades have fallen in school and that they're suffering behavioural issues. And I thought that this was an important detail to include, because you have to remember, Youngboy actually interjected at this point, reminding the judge that nobody had actually died in the incident, with the judge clapping back, saying that he's lucky that he's such a bad aim and that he wasn't facing first-degree murder charges. It's also worth pointing out that the court did hear about how Youngboy had been trying to make a difference in him, respectful about Youngboy's sister and saying that he'd slept with her.
He mad about his sister too, though.
About his sister?
Yeah, I had her a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Initially, G Money and Youngboy would go back and forth on Instagram, with G Money making a post suggesting
Shadow C on YouTube, he says, man, if we let this guy get away with using lyrics, why not let the police? He's like shaking my head. This guy's bad for us. He's like 1090 Jake, piggybacking off a black man. So you want to know why I'm watching this video? I'm watching this video because I think the King Von thing was a little bit more crystallized in what we kind of knew Von was involved with. I think Youngboy, I don't think anyone has ever really tied a connection string to the things or issues he has all relating to incidents of violence. And I think this is about the first time. So I was watching it to see, does this make sense? Now, this is 6 hours. The murder of G Money's always been a thing people talk about. So, you know, just kind of watch.
That he's not jealous of Youngboy because he's already rich and living where the white folks live.
I'm living like I'm already rich and I ain't even rich yet. And I'm living with the white folks. What's wrong with these niggas? Don't impress me, man. You hear me? I know real money, man. Don't impress me, man. You hear me? You know what I'm saying? Copycat. You the next you see me do, you want to do, but you supposed to be up, though.
Youngboy would reply with his own story, asking G Money why he doesn't like him, and saying that he doesn't like G Money and he's down to beef.
Saying, Dick, what you don't like me or something like that around? I'm saying, like, what you got something against me? Say that damn, man. Don't be on Instagram in 2 different states. You know what it is. Stop playing. What you saying? Huh? I'm about beefing. What it is? You hear me? You is. Get it. I don't you, man. I don't like you. I'm gonna keep on it. I don't like you.
G Money would reply saying F Youngboy and he doesn't care if he doesn't like him, going on to accuse him of copying his style by posting pictures with a Mercedes G-Wagon.
Much don't like a it's not. You know, for you to like, you hear me? You know what I'm saying? Just copping off I pull up in that wagon, you go take a picture by a G-Wagon. Boy, you really my son. Stop watching me, man. Oh yeah. Get off.
Then, a few days later, G Money would officially go at Youngboy on wax with the scathing diss track Industry. G Money's diss song Industry called out Youngboy and the whole NBA crew on a number of bases. It had those lyrics that seemed to hint that Youngboy had been the one who tipped off G Money about his cousin Boozilla running off with drugs, and it had more lines seemingly confirming that he had hooked up with Youngboy's sister, putting maximum disrespect on him. He also dissed Youngboy for sneak dissing him, and as the title of the song suggested, it dropped shade on Youngboy for signing a record deal and no longer being in the streets, with G Money suggesting that after signing this deal, Youngboy had turned industry. The song also had another important lyric that seemed to confirm rumors that G Money had actually had a price put on his head. G Money even mentions Youngboy's mother, saying he can't kill him because he's Sharonda's son, indicating that G Money knows Youngboy's mother well. He also called out 33 and Montana from NBA, saying that they don't want beef with him. G Money also brushed off Youngboy's earlier suggestion that he could pay to have him killed, saying that he will kill anyone who tries them, ultimately declaring Baton Rouge his city. The music video for Industry also included a Chucky doll, which was actually a reference to an early Youngboy video called What I Was Taught that dropped way back in September 2016. But G Money wasn't done there. The following month, he would continue to diss Youngboy, dropping yet another diss song, this time in a remix to Bodak Yellow, calling Youngboy a fake and warning him not to mess with TBG, as well as saying that Youngboy is hating on G over a woman and that he used to be TBG but switched up on the crew. G would also shade Youngboy for signing to a label, saying that by contrast, he got to where he was without a deal, as well as warning that he would be sending shooters to Youngboy's home. He would reference the NBA crew, saying that he thinks he's Steph Curry, referring to a player in the actual NBA known for his accurate shooting, and G would end the song saying that somebody tried to kill him but failed and got killed in return. It would seem for a while that Youngboy just wasn't responding, but G Money would continue to go at Youngboy and the NBA crew any chance he got. In a September Instagram live session, he would continue throwing shade at Youngboy, mentioning that a Baton Rouge rapper got hot and left everyone behind, and saying that Youngboy is scared of him and his gang.
These rappers in Baton Rouge be hating anyway, you hear me? These don't be sticking together down here. So what the fuck I look like getting you? When you do this and do that and do that, you ain't sticking with you. All these down here, man. You heard me? Most of these head of man. You see, put your head down, nigga. And I can be by myself and you can be with 1,000. Yeah, for real. Yeah, if you ain't with us, you can't hang with my gang. And that's on God. Ain't no banging with the gang. I ain't tripping on no dissing on none of that, you hear me? It's all good. But just remember, I was there for now. I ain't never do no fake hating ass like us did, you hear me?
G-Money would go on to diss Youngboy's whole family and say that he's TBG until he dies.
Like on everything I love, man. You, your mama, your brother, your cousin, your auntie, your uncle, whoever. Yeah, TBG can really gang TBG till I die.
G would also claim to be respected on Youngboy's native Chippewa Street, saying that he pulled up with his gun and that people had tried to protect Youngboy.
I ran on Chippewa, man. You heard me? I respected out there. You know what I'm saying? I pulled up out there with a 38 when the whole chopper trying to save a. But I ain't gonna speak on it. You hear me? Way throwback. You hear me? 13, you know. 14, 15, 16. You know, throwback. Damn, man, who got a problem with Young around here? Now Young on the other side. Ain't crazy?
He would also diss Youngboy's team, saying that everybody in TBG is a boss.
How you be all how he a boss and he got a CEO and all that shit, you hear me? You know, that bullshit. They got run them. Don't nobody run nobody over here. Everybody bosses. Yeah, nothing but bosses over here. Be looking at this because they got money, man. Y'all think real? Make no real, man.
G-Money would even claim that Youngboy got robbed and stripped and didn't retaliate, with his goons saying Youngboy won't survive a beef with him.
You ain't do nothing about it. Boy, strip. You strip and you ain't do nothing about it. So how you think you could? So how you think you could tell me something? How you think you can go against me? How you think you can do that? You won't survive. Come on.
Clearly this was a very personal beef aimed at Youngboy and his crew, and at this point both sides have made outright threats declaring their intentions to kill their opposition. Now, it's been speculated that Youngboy's manager Big Dump might have had something to do with potentially putting a price on G-Money's head. And in September, G-Money would seemingly be posting disses to Youngboy on social media, all while giving clues as to his own exact location. In one video, G-Money, standing outside, would claim that Youngboy started rapping and became a killer after he got a record deal.
Say, Lil, you know you ain't living like that, man. You get a deal and you done turn to a killer. When you start doing all that, man, you know you ain't cut like that, man. You know TBG been your muscle, boy. And the same you talking about usually don't live in jail, wherever they at, man. That's the same you ought to move on the city, man. Yeah, you remember Will? Yeah, Will's out there. Yeah, you remember you ran out that store, man. You know what's happening with us, man. You hear me? Real. And I'm living out shit, you hear me? Everything you got with a deal, I got without a deal, man. You hear me? You know, 30 plus on my with no deal. Yeah, for real. Driving that $100,000 coupes, man. Yeah, with no deal, boy. You better stop playing and stay in your place, son.
If you watch that clip carefully, you can see a window with white bars and black shutters beside it, with the building itself having red brickwork and a black security door. In this clip, G-Money is standing in front of a recording studio at the 1900 block of Dallas Drive that TBG were known to record at. This studio.
What the fuck? How the hell do you know that, Traveler Ross? That's like that one YouTuber who be going to places to eat, and then and like they do food reviews, but they never really tell where. And this one guy, he'll find exactly where people are standing or they were at just by like the background. How the hell you find that out?
Studio was also featured prominently in the music video for G-Money and Boulevard Quick's song Set Trippin'. And this studio is the exact location where G-Money would unfortunately lose his life. On the 10th of September 2017, G-Money would be seen on Instagram at his usual recording studio working on music, seemingly recording a Youngboy diss song with lyrics where he says that your favorite rapper is a liar. At around 1:30 AM, G-Money would be found shot in front of that very recording studio that he recently went live at. Fat Chapo, who was with him at the time of the shooting, said that G-Money was caught off guard by a shooter as he walked out of the studio.
I was the first out the door. I'm the one called for help. G walked out that door by himself. I told him before he walked out the door, like, he walked out the door on his own. And they start shooting. When they start shooting, I really didn't know what was going on because I heard a boom, but the music was playing, so it was kind of muffled. When as soon as the shooting stopped, I ran out the door. Nobody was I still never saw nobody. And I saw G laying right there on the ground. And once I seen him, all I could do is call 911, try to get help.
Once police arrived, officers would be seen in the dark, taping off the scene and doing forensic work, and G-Money would end up leaving the scene in a coroner's van, just like the one that he had showed in his music video Industry, where he said that he would put his ops on the news. And the following morning, the news would indeed report on this tragic killing.
Baton Rouge police are looking into a deadly shooting that claimed the life of a local rapper. Police say someone shot and killed 22-year-old Garrett Burton on Dallas Street around 1:20 last night. Burton performed under the name G-Money. Right now, police have not named any suspects or motive. If you can help police or have any tips, you can report them anonymously to Crime Stoppers.
One of G-Money's closest friends and fellow TBG-affiliated rapper Fredo Bang, in a DJ Small Eyes interview, would recount breaking down in jail when he heard the news of G's death.
I just broke down in tears, like you know how a baby cry, and you know how a baby cry, just yell. I really just sat there and locked up.
Scotty Kane would also react to G-Money's death, even telling followers that he was getting DMs telling him that he would be killed next.
Man, I wake up to some every day, man. My partner got killed this morning. What the oh like that, son? Then it's sad to say, man. Talking about not even 25 yet. Like, come on, man. Like, it ain't that serious, son. Before I let you take me, dog, I'm slinging this. Whoever, whatever, and I don't care who love who, I'm going on my move. Get the on my DM talking about I'm next and all that. Man, I ain't worried about none of that. I ain't worried about none of that. Oh man, when it's my time regardless, but I ain't worried about none of that. Better stop playing with kill y'all, so I do not play about my life at all. I'm gonna step, I don't give I'm gonna die about it for real,
The day after G-Money was killed, it seemed that fans would attend the scene of the murder, filming the location and peculiarly finding a pillow on the ground. The presence of a bloody pillow at the murder scene would end up going viral, sparking a conspiracy theory that G-Money's killers threw a pillow on him after the assassination and told him to go to sleep, with these rumors being further fueled by Youngboy lyrics that came out later, like the song Step On, where he says, "Lay your bed, I throw the pillow, police after all of my people." And even in his recent single Bitch Let's Do It, where he rapped that his crew will creep up on their ops and lay their heads on a pillow, with Youngboy even doing an impression of a dying G-Money laying on a pillow in the music video. However, for the record, this is just a conspiracy theory, and some of the more sensible Youngboy fans would work out that this pillow was actually used by emergency medical staff that had attended the scene. But setting aside those rumors, once this went down, all eyes were on the NBA crew, but it would take years before the authorities were able to identify any of the people involved. DeAndre Fields, aka Lil Pap, or NBA Pap, actually the brother of NBA Ben 10, aka Ben Fields, who also got arrested for being in the car with Youngboy in that same incident after Boozilla's death, where Youngboy ended up getting the 10-year suspended sentence for. Now, Pap was eventually arrested on second-degree murder charges in connection with the murder of G-Money, ultimately being bailed around June 2019.
A lot of you are reacting tonight to the arrest of this man, DeAndre Fields. Baton Rouge police say they arrested him years after the shooting death of a local rapper, Garrett Burton. Back in 2017, Burton went by the name of G-Money. He was found shot to death in the parking lot on Dallas Drive there. Police arrested DeAndre Fields for second-degree murder.
And initially, Pap would plead not guilty, but some interesting information would eventually be revealed to the police when they interviewed him after the shooting. He actually told police that he had left Baton Rouge with his mother and son, fleeing to nearby New Roads about 40 minutes away from Baton Rouge after G-Money was murdered. As well as this, when asked about his whereabouts on the night of September the 10th, 2017, Lil Pap claimed that he drove to Hammond to get gas.
By the way, DYB Lifestyle, thank you for all the donations, bro. And you were like, you couldn't make the event. You're in Colombia, but you still love us. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Also, Disco Drip, he said, nah, you cooking for real. He said, what was Envy thinking? His missus having a friendship with Tyrese is egregious. Thank you, Disco Drip.
When detectives later obtained his phone records, this claim was proven to be false, as his records revealed that he was actually in Baton Rouge on the night of G-Money's death. But perhaps the most shocking piece of information that Lil Pap shared with the police, which I can imagine was a huge driving force behind his indictment, is the following. After police asked Pap who among his friends would shoot people for the NBA group, he replied, "To be honest, me." Now, it's worth adding that in Youngboy's very first album, Life Before Fame, all the way back in 2015, he basically admits that he can call on Pap to carry out what needs to be carried out in the streets on 2 occasions. Firstly, in the song NBA, and secondly, in the song I Know. Ultimately, Pap would end up pleading out on greatly reduced charges of accessory after the fact of murder and ultimately receiving a sentence of 5 years. Now, interestingly, Pap would go back and forth with the judge during his sentencing, saying that he is taking the deal, but he is 100% innocent. And interestingly, close friend of G Money, TBG rapper Fredo Bang, would later claim in numerous interviews that he did not believe Pap to be G's killer either.
Y'all started sending me that game. Niggas still sending it to me. I was like, you seen it? You seen it? Yeah, I seen it. Police make arrests. Might be wrong. A man ain't do that. Brown.
Do you know the guy that's being charged? You said that you didn't think the guy that they're charging with the murder actually did it.
G Money's own mother would also post on social media saying they still haven't found the shooter of her son and they're still looking. Whether or not you believe NBA Pap when he says that he had nothing to do with the incident, what is clear is that the NBA crew, and Youngboy specifically, would have the most to gain from G Money being no longer. And going forward, Youngboy and other NBA members would reference what happened to G Money in numerous songs and videos. The month after G Money's murder, Youngboy dropped his 10th project, Ain't Too Long, on October the 7th, 2017. This included a number of references to the G Money situation. Firstly, in the murder anthem Red Rum, where Youngboy claims that he just raised the murder rate in his city. And then, in the song Poor One, Youngboy seems to be talking directly to G Money throughout the song, alluding to the time when they had a friendship that was like a brotherhood before G Money betrayed Youngboy's trust by sleeping with his sister and boasting about it online. In the same song, and in the same monologue directed at G Money, Youngboy reveals that G Money introduced him to them boys who he didn't like for nothing. Them boys most likely being a reference to TBG. Before paying homage to his own fallen friends Boozilla and Lil Dave, Youngboy would seemingly suggest that G Money had blamed him for drugs that went missing, which caused the tension between Youngboy and his cousin Boozilla. In another song on the project titled War With Us, Youngboy talks about the sorry state of affairs in Baton Rouge, saying that one particular week he saw 7 murders and that there is no helping his city. 3, that he did indeed have a phone call with Youngboy.
Did the two of you get on the phone together?
We talked.
Clearly, Youngboy knew who was responsible, and it didn't take long for people to begin making theories of their own. Following this tragic incident, many people began to point the finger at TBG, with the main names involved in TBG at this point being Fredo Bang, Lit Yoshi, and Boulevard Quick. And as time went on, there would be numerous lyrics coming out of the TBG Records camp that hinted towards the group having had something to do with the murder of Dumb. Fredo Bang was particularly hurt by the loss of his friend G Money, explaining to DJ Small's Eyes in an interview that he broke down in tears in jail when he heard the news of G's death. Fredo Bang was incarcerated on a 2016 attempted murder charge at the time of G Money's death.
They had a shooting by the studio, man. G got killed. So I'm like, man, I ain't trying to hear out. You know what I'm saying? Hang up in his face. I dropped the phone. I just broke down in tears.
I don't want no smoke with none of them. I'm scared of them. They're in your life. They'll have you face the time. I'm scared of them boys. They're my boys. I love them. I don't want no beef with them. Better start sliding for their own people that's dead. Or people who still up.
Yoshi would go on to insult Youngboy and the NBA crew, suggesting that when someone dies, the whole NBA gang claim responsibility for that one body, likely a reference to G Money.
Somebody died, the whole city will rep on one body. That's crazy. If somebody died, the whole city will get on Instagram and rep on it, and ain't got nothing to do with it. These crazy.
But it wasn't just Lit Yoshi showing public disrespect to the NBA crew. Boulevard Quick also called out NBA members for allegedly snitching on Deucer and claimed that Youngboy was too scared to live in Baton Rouge.
You know the real. You told on Deucer, got the man in penitentiary, and you told the people you couldn't live down here, so y'all relocated to California.
On social media, Boulevard Quick was continuing to diss the NBA crew in his music. He would release a remix to Youngboy's own song War With Us in June 2018, calling it a G-mix in tribute to G Money, and once again including a Chucky doll in the music video, as both Youngboy, G Money, and Fredo Bang had all done in previous diss songs and their music videos. It featured an intro that showed people pulling up to Youngboy Street on 38th and Chippewa and shooting someone, as well as numerous lyrics providing an insight into the ongoing tension between these two groups, rapping that word around town is that he's going to get killed, but he's not hiding, and that he's still sliding trying to kill ops. A couple of months later, on the 2nd of August 2018, Boulevard Quick released a bold music video for his new song Never Lackin'. The track was a boastful diss to his ops, where he invited them to pull up on him, and he claimed that they will never catch him lacking backing because he's always armed. He would also rap that people are claiming to be putting money on his head, but he's not scared. And the song would end with a rant where Quick would taunt his ops, claiming that despite them putting up money to have him killed, he's still alive and breathing.
You dropped the bag while I'm still breathing. I got breath in my body, fake ass boy.
A little while after this, a preview of a Youngboy song would circulate where Youngboy dissed G Money and threatened to shoot someone like the last gorilla, a reference to their crew, Top Boy Gorillas, TBG, with Quick reacting to this snippet after a wave of people tagged him, saying everybody Youngboy knows, including his mother and father, are hoes.
I tagged him in all. You see this here? I got that up. Your mama's, your dad is, everybody you roll with.
But Quick wasn't done there. He would also be seen on social media telling a story about OG33, saying that he beat him up in jail and that 3 requested protection from him and Fredo Bang.
3-3 in the dorm with me. He had just came to the dorm that night. That morning, I walked up to his bed, woke him.
All y'all fake ass trappers, rappers, gunslingers, strippers, Instamops. Bitch, y'all finna be assed out. Bitch, this ain't lasting for long, ho. That money gonna last for long. Bitch, we gonna see who gonna have the last laugh. It's either you gonna die, you either gonna be a bum, or you gonna be successful, or you gonna go to jail. And the reason I act that way is because the scary point, I don't know which one I'm gonna be. You hear me? But I ain't dumb though. You hear me? And them people who play that role to y'all, them bitches know I ain't dumb. The people who really know me, they know I ain't dumb. You hear me? How the f I came this far? You think I came this far by being dumb, you stupid bitch? You think I came this far by being dumb? Come on, man. You think I ain't see that nigga, huh? It's a joke, huh? So, I'm a hoe. You hear me? Don't mix my rap life with my...
Hold on real quick. They tell me that Boosie's brother is in our VC.
That has a whole different story.
Yo! Big Ack in the building.
Yo, hey, Shakespeare, can you get Boosie Brown here, bro?
Yeah, let me call him right now.
So I heard, is that TQ? That's TQ, right?
No, TQ was in here waiting in here for like an hour and a half, but he said, if Ack come call him.
Okay, get him back. Yeah, I've been watching this NBA Youngboy documentary. Trying to see what I got to make of all this shit.
Talking about that visual NyQuil?
No. I think it's interesting. I'm just trying to figure out. I think with the Vaughn thing, it was kind of like almost clear that Vaughn killed them people, right? I think with this situation, it's like, yeah, people have died in these issues, but is it because of Youngboy or no? You get what I mean?
Hey, Ack, I will say this about the South compared to like Chicago and up north. It's easy to have a lot more hitting or misleading evidence because all those big cities that are, you got all the technology, all the cameras and stuff. Man, we don't got that down south.
All right. If he pops back in, just let me know. All right.
With my music life, I am pure.
Clearly the beef between Youngboy and Boulevard Quick had gotten incredibly personal, and now mothers were involved. And unfortunately for Boulevard Quick, he would soon be facing the grave consequences of dishing out such public and personal insults. In one of his last public appearances on IG Live, Boulevard Quick would ask fans why people want to kill people from TBG so bad, telling fans that it's because they're dangerous and a threat to their ops.
I really want to know the reason why kill TBG so bad, because we are a fucking problem. That's why. We are a fucking problem. We don't see TBG with nothing because we are going to be a real fucking threat to society.
On November the 26th, 2018, around 12:30 a.m, police would respond to reports of a shooting after neighbors heard 5 shots. They would attend Lakeside Villas apartment complex in the 2400 block of Weldwood, where Boulevard Quick lived. And here, they would discover the body of Quick, real name Ashton Wells, who had been shot dead and left at the scene, murdered in cold blood just outside of his home, circumstances chillingly similar to the fate of Big Dump. It would seem obvious that these two tragic slayings may have some connection. TBG rapper Fredo Bang would post a tribute to Boulevard Quick, saying they accept everything that comes with the street life and calling Quick's death part of God's plan. And he would go on to continue to show love to Quick on Instagram in the years that followed. Meanwhile, NBA members would mock the murdered TBG rival, particularly Youngboy, who would appear to gloat on social media and in songs following Quick's death. The day after Quick died, Youngboy would appear on an IG Live with an enormous smile, reciting lyrics to his upcoming song, My Mama Say, where he said that people keep saying they're going to touch him, but they keep dying. The full song would drop on Youngboy's latest mixtape, Reeler.
Okay, let me go to this one.
By 2019, Youngboy was a long way from the dangerous streets of Baton Rouge. He was now a Billboard charting recording artist with a multi-million-dollar record deal and a whole lot of people depending on him. He was also on probation, getting a 10-year suspended sentence for his role in a double attempted murder the day after his cousin was killed. So, he would have to move smart if he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity being offered to him. After accepting his plea deal and narrowly avoiding 10 years in prison, Youngboy vowed to leave the dangers of Baton Rouge for Los Angeles, rapping on his comeback single, Untouchable, that he needed to move to a city where he didn't need to stay armed to be safe, with Youngboy even explaining in a Genius interview about that lyric that he simply didn't need to worry about people shooting at him in Los Angeles. Youngboy would be seen mobbing in LA surrounded by his NBA brothers in the music video for his 2017 song 41, where he was clearly living the high life, pulling up to the cookout in a fresh Lamborghini drop top. A Lamborghini which he would duly total within a month, leading to him and his manager Big Dump being sued in LA. Youngboy's life was truly chaotic wherever he went, but he'd be better off crashing a Lambo in Beverly Hills than he would be crashing out and gangbanging in Baton Rouge. So his team kept him out of the streets and in the studio where he could focus on making more hits. And those hits would continue to come thick and fast. By this point, Youngboy had dropped an insane 14 full projects, with 8 songs charting on the Billboard Hot 100 and an insane 11 projects charting on Billboard's 200 album chart. At the start of 2019, Youngboy was riding high off the news that he had been named as YouTube's top streaming artist in the United States for nearly 101 weeks straight, with it being claimed that he had racked up a whopping 8 million global views just on YouTube per day, giving him yet another reason to go by the nickname Top, which he apparently got from his grandfather originally. Youngboy wasn't just having success, he was becoming one of the all-time greats of the rap genre. With his unmatchable work rate, creativity, and realness, by just age 19, he had cemented himself as one of the top rappers to ever do it, and no doubt, all of this success was having a devastating effect on the enemies that he had left behind in Baton Rouge. And Youngboy would continue to use his music and position at the top of the rap game to taunt his rivals and drop clues about the goings-on in Baton Rouge's gang underworld. His first release in 2019 was the song Kick Your Door, an aggressive home invasion anthem where Youngboy rapped about kicking in doors and doing robberies with his gang. In April 2019, he dropped his new song Free D-Dog, a tribute to an incarcerated homie. The track was an aggressive murder anthem where Youngboy would boast confidently about having people killed for disrespecting him or his people or speaking on him. He would seem to diss his former crew turned ops TBG, saying that certain people used to run his city but now they can't even claim it, and ending the song saying that his ops will become victims and end up on the news. These lyrics seem to be a cloaked reference to G-Money and Boulevard Quick, two rappers from rival crew TBG who had been gunned down during their beef with NBA, and no doubt that their surviving friends Fredo Bang and Lit Yoshi from TBG were furious about the ongoing disrespect after losing their close friends. And unfortunately for Youngboy, soon his beef in the streets would collide with his music career with disastrous consequences. In April 2019, Fredo Bang releases his latest project, Big Ape, an album that saw him repping his TBG was still at the scene, claimed self-defense, and the state of Florida has a
hospital. Immediately following that,
with disastrous consequences. In April 2019, Fredo Bang releases his latest project, Big Ape, an album that saw him Youngboy, even saying towards putting boy to the sandy beaches of Miami. In May 2019, everyone's favorite rap music festival, Rolling Loud, would be set to take place in Miami, and Youngboy would be in town to perform at the festival in what would be a hugely lucrative and high-profile performance. Youngboy was booked to play on the Sunday, May 12th slot where Kid Cudi was headlining, but this was a star-studded weekend, and many of the biggest names in the rap game would be in town to perform at this event. Lil Durk was due to perform on Friday, Saturday saw Lil Wayne, 21 Savage, Kodak Black, and Chief Keef touch the stage, and on Sunday, fans would see Lil Uzi, Gucci Mane, G Herbo sharing the stage with Youngboy. However, all of these crews in town at the same time, no doubt there would be interconnected beefing going on between between numerous camps. Apparently, early Friday morning, Youngboy was attending a strip club party with Young Thug, who was due to perform Saturday, where apparently somebody popped off a few rounds at the party bus that was driving between venues, an attack which TMZ reported was targeting Young Thug.
Young Thug and his entourage became the apparent victims of a drive-by shooting that went down this morning on I-95.
The shooting happened on Interstate 95, and Youngboy's TBG nemesis Lit Yoshi would later rap on the song Cutter, which dropped a couple of months later in June 2019, that he caught him on the interstate, 7 swerved, I was bussin', seemingly a reference to the shooting on the interstate and naming fellow TBG affiliate 7 Hardaway as the driver. But unfortunately for Youngboy, that was only the beginning of the trouble, because at this point it seemed that his ops were in town and on the hunt to try and catch Youngboy lacking. Lit Yoshi would actually be seen on social media that weekend, riding around Miami, listening to Fredo Bang's album and holding a rifle, seemingly looking for Youngboy. On Sunday the 12th of May, when Youngboy was due to perform, he would make a tweet that was geolocation tagged to Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, warning his ops that he doesn't care who they are or what they did, he will up his gun on them. Fans would warn Youngboy that the location tag on his tweet meant his ops might be able to locate him, but it was unfortunately too late. Youngboy's enemies would work out that he was staying at the Trump International Hotel and Beach Resort in Sunny Isles, Miami. Apparently Youngboy was traveling with a large crew that included his girlfriend, as well as OG3 and several other unnamed affiliates and family members. As Youngboy left the hotel with his entourage to make his way to the Rolling Loud Festival performance, the group would be ambushed by a black Cadillac outside the hotel. According to reports, somebody opened fire from the Escalade towards Youngboy's entourage, prompting return fire from members of his crew who had their own gun, with court papers later explaining that Youngboy, his family, and entourage were traveling in a 2-car convoy that was shot up drive-by style, with the front car that carried his mother and friends being shot first, with Youngboy and his girlfriend in the second car that was then also shot at. This would be a chaotic scene, and Youngboy's girlfriend, Kaylin Marie Long, was hit in the shoulder and later taken to hospital. But the biggest tragedy of all would be a case of incredible bad luck, as according to court documents, in Youngboy's car was a bag full of guns, and when shots started flying, members of Youngboy's entourage returned fire with apparently legally registered firearms, and apparently, at some point in the chaos, Youngboy himself was given a gun and begun shooting back too. Authorities later described them as standing at the valet section, firing rifles wildly from the hip. Inevitably, this ended up with some tragic consequences, as 3 bystanders were hit in the crossfire, with it being reported that a 5-year-old child was grazed by a bullet. But even more tragic, one of these gunshots fired between these 2 warring crews claimed the life of an innocent bystander. 43-year-old Mohammed Jaradi, an honest, hard-working guy minding his own business who had just finished his shift working at the Hertz rent-a-car across the street, would catch a stray bullet and end up losing his life. This was a chaotic scene, with bullets flying and bodies dropping in the middle of the street in a major American city in broad daylight. Eventually, the police would shut down the street and gain control of the crime scene, and footage would circulate showing people being detained at the scene. Once the location had been locked down, the local news began to report on this Wild West shootout.
There was some sort of altercation that took place between 2 rappers who were actually set to perform at the Rolling Loud Festival this evening. Witnesses say they heard someone fire shots, at least 4 or 5 rounds. A woman was struck and raced to Aventura Hospital. Immediately following that shooting, the fight that...
You know what's so funny? This situation, a rapper hit me up and sent me this shit and said, actually, let me not say it.
And spilled over again to the strip mall parking lot where we are at. This is directly across the street from the hotel. A man here, again, was shot and killed. A friend of the victims tells me off camera that he was simply an innocent bystander. He was working at the Hertz rental car company here at the strip mall and just parking a car when he was caught in the crossfire.
A rapper hit me up and told me, we did that. It was the craziest thing. Because I remember saying, like, it's like they wanted me to report it the right way. And I was like, bro, that was wild.
Now anew in a tragic day for one South Florida family. Their loved one becomes an innocent victim after shots are fired in the middle of the afternoon.
This type of behavior in this community is not acceptable.
A furious mayor of Sunny Isles Beach speaks out against the violence that erupted in his usually quiet town
on Sunday afternoon. It was just before 2 o'clock when police received a 911 call about gunshots fired outside Trump International Beach Resort. When they arrived, they found 19-year-old Kalen Long of Maryland had been shot inside a black Suburban, and across the street, an innocent man lies dead in the driver's seat of a dark gray van. Long was initially taken to Aventura Hospital. The streak of stray bullets did not end there.
Across the street, there was a 5-year-old little boy that was grazed by a bullet.
Police seized several weapons from the Trump Hotel and combed multiple scenes where gun shells and bullet holes were spotted. Witnesses tell CBS 4 the people involved were rappers reportedly here for the Rolling Loud musical festival.
Despite reports of Youngboy being detained at the scene, in the midst of the chaos, he would actually manage to break free from authorities, being seen in footage later circulated by TMZ showing him giving his wounded girlfriend medical attention before jumping in a black SUV and fleeing the scene. From here, Youngboy made his way to the Rolling Loud festival site, performing his set as planned immediately after surviving this assassination attempt. Breaking free from an active crime scene where you were a participant in a shootout so that you can go and perform at a festival might seem cool on paper, but when Youngboy got off that stage, he would have to face the consequences of what had just happened. However, there would still be some lucky breaks for the NBA crew. Apparently, investigators couldn't even charge anybody in Youngboy's entourage for shooting back, despite the fact that an innocent bystander was killed, because all of Youngboy's crew that was still at the scene claimed self-defense, and the state of Florida has a stand your ground law in place, whereby if an individual truly believes that deadly force is necessary to protect themselves or to prevent a crime, they can potentially be immune from prosecution. The cops said that they were apparently looking to determine who had shot first, as whoever shot first could apparently be charged with first-degree murder of the innocent bystander, even if it wasn't their bullet hitting them. In order to try and ensure that Youngboy wasn't held liable, his legal team described the scene as an assassination attempt of which he was the target.
He's an absolute victim. There's no question. Police investigated it. They talked to him. His car was shot up. He was leaving the hotel. He had his mother in the car. He had his girlfriend in the car. And somebody came up, and I don't know what the weapons were. I don't know if it was an AK or what it was, but they opened fire and lit him on fire.
Youngboy and his label apparently even offered to cover the funeral costs for the innocent man who died, but it's unclear as to whether or not they were taken up on this offer. And Youngboy's lawyer had said that apparently he felt terrible about this and that he had wished it had been him that was killed rather than the innocent man. It was also initially reported that apparently Youngboy had refused to cooperate with law enforcement who wanted to know who had initiated the shootout. But Youngboy later said that that was just miscommunication, and that they hadn't really been given enough time to try and convince Youngboy to speak to them about the incident, suggesting that he was scared to cooperate. With none of the actual antagonists who shot first in custody, however, unfortunately the consequences of this incident would still fall on Youngboy's shoulders, and due to the fact that he was already on thin ice because of the 10-year suspended sentence he got for the attempted murder charges in 2016, a week later he would have to return to Baton Rouge for a court hearing where he was swiftly put back behind bars, with TMZ reporting that he had been jailed once again for violating his probation. This would be numerous violations, including being seen holding a gun in public, and being caught in the presence of NBA Boomer and Ben when the terms of his plea forbid him from associating with them. And apparently the judge had also claimed to have seen a video on social media of Youngboy antagonizing his ops. Now, this was supposedly a social media which the judge claimed she saw, but then Youngboy's lawyer, and myself included, couldn't even find.
The judge said that she looked at a news feed regarding the article, and in the comments there was some sort of embedded video that she since tried to look up, and I don't think she was able to find. So she wants to see if the district attorney's office can find or whatever videos they find. But I don't know what the video is. I haven't seen it.
But based on some of the things I've read, I'm pretty sure the video they're referring to was a clip where Youngboy actually dissed blog site The Shade Room for covering him negatively.
I'm so sick of the Shade Room trying to paint me as a bad person. What the f is wrong with you? I know whoever running this page is grown. What the f is you worried about a teenager for?
So it seems the judge kind of misinterpreted what he had done, but I don't think he was supposed to be on social media like that. Anyway, meanwhile in Miami, the police would reveal to the public that they had absolutely no idea who the shooters were, but that they were looking for 3 suspects armed with an AK-47 and other handguns. Coincidentally, with this seeming to describe that very social media clip of TBG rapper Lit Yoshi posted just before the shooting when he was riding around Miami with an AK-47 listening to Fredo Bang. So, with Lit Yoshi still at large, Youngboy would be left in a Baton Rouge jail. reflecting on everything that had just happened. Clearly, Youngboy himself was devastated by this sequence of events. He was trying to move on with his life and career away from Baton Rouge, but the violence and death would just continue to follow him wherever he went. Perhaps it was karma for the violence that he had claimed responsibility for. In the song No Understand from Youngboy's February 2021 project, Still Flexin', Still Steppin', Youngboy even speaks on this shooting, saying that as the bullets flew, time to aim, but still shot back when in his attempted murder case. In jail during 2020 was the undisputed king of street rap, having dropped a string of Deeply in Love with Asian Doll. Combine this with his reputation as a prolific killer in the Chicago gang war, and you have a recipe for disaster. Von would tweet saying that he would be willing to beat anyone up who messed with Asian Doll, and he apparently beat a man senseless for calling her a bitch in the studio.
Asian the reason my hair like that. Somebody called my girlfriend a bitch yesterday. And you ain't gonna smack one of them for me out of this. Tell him what happened to my hand, bro.
Folks overbeat his.
Call my girlfriend.
Woke her back up. I was looking for a guy. It was one white, bro. He already left. Where you go?
Everybody do that. I'm doing like y'all finna overdo it. I'm out.
It's already, he already did, man. Philip already told him he got blood everywhere, man. He's gonna get blood on.
Asian would appreciate Von's protection, calling him her bodyguard on Twitter, with Von himself saying that he wishes she wasn't a rapper so that he could keep her at home and protect her, saying that he doesn't trust her around other rappers.
But isn't it nice to have somebody in the same industry as you?
No, that ain't. I'd rather have. I wish I can't say I wish she wasn't a rapper or nothing like that. But it'd be better if I knew like she's at the house instead of going around all these people that ain't around and damn, what's going on? Now I'm just thinking, damn, what you doing? Why she ain't answering the phone?
And that's how she be feeling.
She feel the same way.
I just said that.
No, I understand. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I wish my was at the damn house.
Yeah.
Also, it's been times when you didn't like it, she had to work with her.
I'm not gonna say nothing because you gotta be.
Feel like I
You gotta be for sure with yourself,
yeah.
man. I know I'm that. So
Von was clearly very possessive about Asian Doll, even tweeting that he would kill somebody for messing with her. However, things would eventually get complicated between Von and Asian, and during the summer of 2020, their relationship appeared to go through an on and off stage, where Von would sometimes indicate on social media that the couple had broken up, while at other times, they seemed to be back together. Von was apparently a single man again, and after his high-profile relationship with fellow industry rapper and social media star Asian Doll, he would be looking to get into a new entanglement that might grab some headlines. But his next move would be incredibly bold, and seemingly out of nowhere, Von would make a declaration of war against Youngboy. In mid-August, Von would post a cryptic tweet saying that he had just made a hit song with a female that people won't believe, and that it was going to be crazy. That very same day, images would surface online showing Von spending private time with none other than Jania, the mother of Youngboy's fourth child. And later, speculation would begin to swirl off the back of tweets made by Von and his sister Kayla that Von and Jania might have even created a sex tape during their time together. And these rumors would later be strengthened by leaked DMs from an alleged inside source who claimed that Von and Jania had indeed slept together, not recorded music. Rumors that Von would later seemingly confirm in the song Rose Gold with PNB Rock, where he seems to suggest that somebody's baby mother was bad in bed. However, Jania would deny the rumors, saying that they had in fact just made music together so that she can make money for her son.
We walked to the table to play the little game after my studio session and I went home. That's it. Y'all trying to make stories out of nothing. I don't that man. Like I said, I don't with no. I've been working. We have a song coming out. Y'all
being seen after that shoot on social media, showing off an array of high-powered weapons that they're holding. After finishing his show, Von would be seen leaving Opium in an SUV, and interestingly, the truck can be heard playing the Youngboy song My Window as it drove away.
A lot of cars behind him. Stop playing!
For some reason, Von would confuse his team by choosing not to go back to his Airbnb as his security crew originally thought, instead taking a last-minute and unexplained detour to the Monaco Hookah Lounge, where Quando Rondo was hanging out with his crew, with Von's manager 100K Track telling DJ Vlad that his team were blindsided by the change in plan.
He went over there to the after party, and then his driver and his homeboy let us know that we was redirected. We're thinking we're gonna go to the Airbnb or the hotel.
At around 3 AM that night, Von would find himself outside the Monaco Hookah Lounge, where according to 100K Track, the team would wait for almost 40 minutes in their cars, confused as to why they were there. Von himself seems to have spent that time on Twitter, where he would post his last tweet, ominously mentioning how he murders any beat he gets on. Then, only minutes after this tweet, Von would exit his car and walk across the parking lot, where he would run into Quando Rondo and immediately begun attacking him with heavy punches and no warning, sparking chaos in the large crowd around them. Unfortunately, what Von didn't know was that Quando Rondo's good friend Lil Tim was seemingly ready for the action, and he would quickly approach the two with his gun ready, letting off shots and hitting Von a total of 5 times. From there, things would quickly escalate. Von's friends from O Block, Slutty, BJ, and Louie immediately got their guns out and began to return fire to Lil Tim, leaving Tim wounded but alive on the ground, as Slutty's gun appears to jam right when he's standing over Lil Tim about to execute him. While chaos is ensuing all around them, Von is seemingly wrestling with Quando on the ground, perhaps instinctively grabbing onto him whilst holding onto his life, until King Von's friend Muwop approaches the two and separating them by striking Quando once with a large punch. Meanwhile, Von's other friends Slutty, BJ, and Louie attempt to flee the scene after taking part in the shootout and almost killing Lil Tim, without realizing that they were running directly towards police officers who open fire, believing that their lives are in danger too. This killed Slutty and left Louie in critical condition with a headshot wound, and BJ was shot in the leg. BJ would actually later comment on the events of that night on social media, questioning if others would have had the courage to shoot someone with police all around them, and saying that the police should have shot him in the head as well. But while the cops are having a shootout with other O Block members, Muwop and other O Block associates would drag King Von's limp body to a waiting car, rushing him to hospital. But what's even more crazy is that Quando would also take a wounded Lil Tim to the very same hospital that King Von, with Quando taunting his ops from Chicago, saying, "That all you got? Why not make it 8 million?" More than just a bounty on his head, reportedly Lil Durk was taking steps behind the scenes to harm the careers of both Quando Rondo and Youngboy following this incident. Rumours would circulate that Durk had been buying all the tickets to Quando's shows amid a spate of concert cancellations. Durk would even rap in his song Hellcats and Trackhawks, which was circulating in late November, that they're looking for somebody at their shows, as well as a line towards Quando or Youngboy saying that they're not feeling your favourite rapper. Clearly, Durk was devastated by the loss of Von and placed the blame squarely on Quando Rondo and Youngboy. Moving forward, Durk would make grand gestures towards Von, using his career to memorialize his fallen friend. A few months after Von's passing, Durk would release his new album, The Voice, which he would dedicate to his fallen twin, Von, with a picture of them together on the cover. But next, Durk would do something that was aimed directly at Youngboy. In his January 2nd, 2021 music video for the hit song Back in Blood with Pooh Shiesty, he would call in a cameo from none other than Youngboy's biggest surviving enemy from the Baton Rouge gang wars, TBG rapper Fredo Bang. And then, 2 weeks later, on January 15th, 2021, Fredo Bang would release a new song and music video of his own. This was a remix of a song called Top. This was an interesting title for Youngboy's biggest surviving op to make, considering Youngboy's nickname is Top. The official remix of the track Top would feature Youngboy's newest op, Lil Durk, with lyrics where Durk rapped about how he felt when his cousin Nooski died. But not only that, but the music video for the Top remix was damn near a summit for Youngboy and Quando's ops. NLE Chopper made a cameo in the music video, and if you didn't know, NLE Chopper is a bitter enemy of Quando Rondo ever since they had a clash backstage, with Quando smashing a bottle over one of NLE Chopper's friends' heads. The music video also featured a close-up shot showing one of Durk's OTF chains and a YNW chain belonging to Florida rapper YNW Melly. This was actually a reference to yet another ongoing feud between Melly's YNW crew and Youngboy and Quando, dating all the way back to summer 2018, with a member of Melly's crew, YNW Sack Chaser, hopping on IG Live to tell the story of an altercation between the YNW crew, Youngboy, and Quando Rondo, where apparently these two crews would get into a huge brawl at the Atlantic Records offices.
We put up at Atlantic. Youngboy already outside looking like this.
Sucker punching him. Or perhaps he's talking about Lil Durk and the campaign behind the scenes to avenge Von, even though Von was the aggressor. After all, King Von's real beef was with Quando's label mate Youngboy, and Youngboy himself wouldn't have kind words for Von either. After this tweet, Youngboy would reference Von's death publicly on audio-based social media app Clubhouse, telling DJ Academics that this is what happens when someone comes in the industry trying to be the tough guy, and that Von acted on his feelings and now he can't feel anymore.
Man, we see how this turned out we see how this turn out with certain come inside the rap game and feel like, oh, I'm the one who they got to get into it with for the reach this certain point of what. Man, boy, you can stink like your ass a gangster, boy. He gonna show you something, boy. We done seen this. We done seen this. Gonna be a gangster too bad. Be a killer too bad, man. You better calm your stupid ass down, for you can't have no type of emotion no more, boy.
Yeah. Man,
you know, man. You know how this
Later in December, the beef between Lil Durk's OTF Collective and Quando Rondo and NBA Youngboy's camp would continue to play out on Clubhouse. At the end of the month, OTF affiliate Mimo 600 ends up in Clubhouse with Lil Tim and NBA Youngboy, where Youngboy says that he's going to keep it friendly with Mimo, and then he plays Lil Tim's song, All About Killing Von, and asks why he's not being friendly anymore.
Well, they doing no jokes and none of that. We cool with that.
Yes, a lot of
Believe that, yeah, man. They keep that thing
Melly
gangsta
was on
cordial
here.
in here, man. That my homeboy talk about. Yeah, that's my little homeboy. We gonna keep that thing gangsta and cordial while we on here. Right? Almost there.
Such a dude.
You don't want that smoke, you know what happened in Atlanta. You know what happened last time I saw you.
Say little Mimo. What you on, bro? Mimo.
Just check a new got off the list.
Off the list. Man, bro, I guess don't me. Damn, bro, I thought we was cool. Man, I thought we was cool. For me, I thought we were keeping this thing close, and man, don't want to run it, man. Make the bro happy, man. He don't want to talk this.
Clearly, Youngboy wasn't over his beef with Von, and things were about to go to a whole new level of public disrespect. And moving into 2022, on January the 12th, Youngboy drops a song referencing the killing of Von, rapping on the track Bring the Hook that he's smoking that O-Block pack and that Von got folded up in Atlanta after saying he was going to kill Youngboy, with Youngboy even comparing Von's death to something from the show Squid Game, which if you think about it is kind of a deep bar, because in many ways, the drill music game is as dangerous and deadly as the Squid Games for Von and Youngboy. Youngboy also dropped a line about a body being stitched back up, seemingly a reference to leaked images from King Von's autopsy. And also another disrespectful line where he says that Von must have seen a gremlin the way his body shook, and comparing hunting ops to fishing. And ending the track saying, "You know I pull off plenty killings." Durk would respond to the song with a social media post the same day, saying, "Don't claim it if you didn't do it," and calling Youngboy a bitch while sitting next to a picture of Von. King Von's sister Kayla B would then chime in, repeating that statement on her Twitter, and the following day mocking Youngboy for acting like he's a demon whilst he's on house arrest, telling him to get in these streets. A day later, a number of people would be seen in O-Block filming a music video and burning green bandanas, a sign of disrespect.
Okay. All right, I put it on speaker, but is that gonna give like
Hey,
a
Ray. Yeah, he's there.
Hey, I'm here.
Yo, I pick up the phone for you.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm here. Ray, I see a call. Yo, is that TQ?
What up? What up? What up?
This is Academics. Hey, listen, I've been watching your interviews. Which, by the way, I think Blue was trying to put us together. I actually regret not getting with you and doing the interview because I was very.
Yeah, I know.
Intrigued.
I hit you when it first.
Yeah.
When I first got pissed off enough to actually finally say something, because Blue was trying to put us on. He put us on the group chat, and then I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't ready to say nothing.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest though, because I know the situation been going on for so long. Like I even did an interview with Blue where like there was a part about he was explaining like some business shit, and we cut it out, and I'm like. I really thought, I'm like, yo, listen, Boosie's going to say what he's saying. I didn't think y'all would respond in full where we could actually understand it. But the way you did the interviews now, like, we actually have an understanding of what the other side is. Like, because before, it felt like, you know, all right, one side is going to be quiet because, like, they're not trying to say something that's going to hurt maybe a lawsuit that's going to come down later. But anyway, no, I watched you on No Jumper and I watched you on Say Cheese. And I thought both interviews gave me like a really good insight of what was happening, but it also left me with questions too, to be honest, right? So, like, you know what I mean? I'm actually, I don't even know how you got on here, but I'm really glad you got on here because, you know, hopefully I could get a couple of questions answered by you because I was watching, and salute to Wack. I think Wack did a good job of, you know, Wack trying to be a buffer in understanding the business, but also trying to keep the content up. You know what I was confused by? And by the way, for everybody who's watching, so the person we have on is TQ. This is Boosie's brother, and essentially
former manager, and
former manager. Which, by the way, there's so much history with y'all. Like, I actually forgot that you were the same person that years before, or a couple years ago, that he was accusing of stealing all type of money from like his checking account, which I always was confused about that whole thing. And I thought you had got like arrested for it. So it was a lot to unpack. Anyway, I'll ask you immediately about a question that I had from the interview, or the interviews that you did, right? So, so Boosie's saying that his signature was forged. You're saying that, hey, listen, I signed everything for him.
Correct. And
okay,
I founded the label with him.
Okay.
I founded the label with him. So I'm still on the label. I can sign whatever the fuck I want technically. We don't have an operating agreement because it's me and Boosie is brothers. So normally in any deal I do I got an operating agreement, but we never had one. So
and by the way, that happens at times with, situations where, there's a heavy friendship before, because sometimes it gets weird when you got to actually do the paperwork with like your brother or your friend. But anyway, so here's a question, right? So the forgery he's talking about, because from my understanding, right, and again, I'm reading between like the lines here. Boosie's saying, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Boosie signed Young Blue, or Boosie and you, right? So Badass signed Young Blue to a production agreement. I likened it to what Mace signed Fabio Foreign to, which usually is probably the standard one that says, hey, listen, we're going to technically furnish these records, blah, blah. But at a certain point, you might be signed to a bigger label, and any subsequent advances or money that comes through, pending recoupment or whatever, we're going to split it. Usually, I think the most standard is like 50-50. Is that right? So you guys, like, because you guys keep saying label, but there's so many different types of label. Like, I could say I literally have a label, and it's just me going to the hood and giving niggas $5,000 and hoping to get them hot to bring to Epic Records that we could really get the bag. So that type of method is usually called a production deal that you're giving out, because the end goal is to sign to eventually a Empire or Epic or Atlantic or anywhere. And Boosie kept mentioning like he's deserving of half. So am I right with that assumption that you guys signed pretty much, again, what we would technically call a production?
The business model is more like a production deal.
Yes.
But because it has records and projects and options attached to it, it was signed. The deal was written as a record deal.
Okay, no,
but
makes sense.
Because there was no money advanced, it seems more like a production deal or a development deal.
Okay.
But the problem is, so that is the foundation of the problem. It's a weak ass deal because there is no transactional. Boosie does not give nobody in advance. If Boosie gave you an advance, please stand up, say something. You feel me? So that's why it gets tricky down the line. So yeah, it's a record deal.
Yeah,
and it really shouldn't be a record deal because he ain't getting no money.
But
it's in a style. Go ahead. It's in the style of a production deal or development deal where the goal for me is to take him to a label who's going to put up resources.
Got you. So I'm also going off what Boosie said. Boosie said, yo, hey, listen, y'all remember when I dropped off 20K here, when I dropped off 30K here? Where
nobody knows what he's talking about.
So he never gave no money. Because he's saying he sent cash over, whether it was delivered by you or somebody else, some intermediary. And here's the thing, even though, yes, there might not be, okay, sign this and we're giving you this money, which is usually, this is the front end of the advance and you got to deliver an album.
Man.
Like Boosie, a street rapper, if he put $50,000, whether it's 20K here, is this here, he's probably thinking, nigga, that's your advance. So that never happened.
No. Boosie cannot produce no receipt for anything.
He said cash, so he would have receipt.
Boosie cannot produce no receipt for anything. And me and Blue talked about that because when he posted that, me and Blue talked about that because I'm asking, hey, Blue, did Boosie give you this? And what Boosie is talking about, from what we remember, because you got to think about it, this is like 2018 or 19 or something. That's from Boosie like booking a show or some shit for Blue. That ain't no fucking money out Boosie pocket to
Okay.
You know, that ain't, like that's the type of games Boosie playing. The nigga straight up lying.
Okay.
Like produce a receipt, dog. Produce a receipt. If Boosie would have gave Blue money or lost money on Blue, he would have started with that. He would have started with, man, I gave you 50K. I gave you 100K. Like that nigga would have started with that. This is shit this is the shit he's saying after I said, man, unfortunately, Boosie has not put up money for Blue.
Okay, and by the way, to be fair, and technically, and how you're describing it, it definitely falls within that. Hey, listen, you didn't do what you should have done for an artist, or probably what you promised. But listen, you know how this industry is. Like Gucci Mane been signing tens of thousands of niggas. Like a lot of times, it's not. Again, these are rappers. And sometimes let's forget the rappers. Street niggas kind of be doing some of the same shit. Like, hey, listen, we're just kind of going along to get along to eventually get to a label deal. I want to ask you about that that paperwork he's saying is forgery. Was that an official? It sounds like to me, I didn't get the clarification on it. It was a release or some type of paper that allowed him to sign to Empire without Badass being installed in the deal. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was his deal with us was restructured that upon his release from Columbia.
Okay.
His deal with us would turn into a non-exclusive agreement and a profit split with Badass Music Syndicate of 3 future albums and we will keep all of his old catalog.
Okay.
We will own all of his old catalog. That deal comes. The reason why we even were talking about restructuring this deal is because he was being advised that he can get out of our agreement once he got dropped from Columbia, and we would have ended up with nothing. Okay, we would have ended up with nothing. So me knowing that,
who brokered that deal? You?
Agreement.
Did you broker that deal?
What you say?
Did you broker that deal?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I did the restructuring of our agreement with Blue.
Yeah. That's the deal I'm talking about.
Just to be clear, because what I've realized, bro, is people were the way actually Whack 100 did a good job of making me realize this. Niggas think that I negotiated the Empire deal, got money off the Empire deal, and I did that to get out of. I restructured the deal so that I can go do an Empire deal, and that's just not the case. But I didn't even realize that niggas thought that way. I still don't know if maybe Boosie thought that as well, because
were you managing?
I ain't really thinking about this shit.
Were you managing Blue at any point during the process?
Not when I restructured. No.
Okay. So the way Boosie describes it, and again, I'm reading between the lines, but I know some of these common issues, so I'm trying to ask you, since I have you on here now. It feels like he was saying you fucked him out of the label like profits because you and him are in like cahoots, and you're probably getting some proceeds, maybe through the management side of it, and that's why he hasn't gotten paid, or that's why these agreements are going forward that probably doesn't benefit the label in the best realm. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, again, I'm not sure if you guys restructured that whole thing with the thing he's calling forgery. I don't know if that's before the Drake record, but I'll be damned if I'm Boosie and you get a hit record with Drake. We're not going non-exclusive. You're going to be exclusive over here because I got to get that bread.
Hey, I totally understand that. This was, I think it was about 9 months. We restructured way before the Drake deal. See, hindsight is 2020. Mm-hmm. Of course, nigga. If I would have found the issue was Blue wanted money. Blue initially wanted to restructure with Badass to, hey, let me get a better deal and y'all commit to a financial, make a financial commitment. I will sign back with y'all, or I will restructure the deal, but I need a financial commitment from Boosie, right? So yes, nigga, if I knew a Drake record was on the way, I wouldn't have been.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same thing. Hindsight is 2020, but this shit was way before the Drake feature. Blue was tailing off. Blue was slowing down. We had Ice on My Baby out. We had Ice on My Baby was the last single that Columbia had got behind. Things were slowing down, and like I said on the other show, this is at the same time where Columbia had Lil Nas X.
Yes.
So Blue, the writing was on the wall. He knew he was about not. If he wasn't going to get dropped, he wasn't going to be a priority for sure. You feel what I'm saying?
No.
So
Get it.
Knowing that, he comes to us. Hey man, if I get dropped, look, I go back to y'all contract. It's a bullshit contract. You know it. I know it. I'm being advised by some Roc Nation attorneys that I can get out of this shit easy. I don't want to do that. I don't want to deal with the fallout with Boosie possibly going online and trying to ruin my career. I don't want to look unloyal. Like, I appreciate everything what he has done for me, but if he don't want to put up money, can we work something out? I got private investors in Nashville. I can probably go to the Orchard. I can probably go to Empire, whatever, and I will give y'all a piece of whatever we mutually agree on. Like, let's talk about that. You feel me?
All right, okay.
So,
yo, not to cut you off, TQ. My bad. Act. Yo, it's clock out. Yo, but they were saying you signed Boosie's name, like you forged it. Like how? Like what happened?
No. Well, he's explained that. No, he's explained that already. Like again, he's the president of the company, so he's signing everything.
Like,
so he signed the contracts that
everything.
Yeah, so the contracts Boosie has upheld, he signed, and the ones that now he has a problem with, he signed too. So that's not forgery, and I think that's a weak case by Boosie, to keep it real.
And it was weak. The first time he called me with that shit, I was like, bro, come on. I was like, that's some whole ass shit. You gonna really try to say that to get a bag, nigga? You gonna lose.
Well, I think
you're gonna fucking lose.
Though.
That ain't gonna hold up because I got over 50 contracts where I signed it the same way. Nigga, I signed your name on the art when I founded the company. You were still locked up. I didn't even have to do that, nigga.
Okay.
So if I signed your name here and I signed your name there, then you're gonna call into question every deal I did, nigga. Right. And every deal I did, it's gonna be up to whoever we did a deal with. They can weasel out of that shit. They can say they were misled.
So we've heard you say that before.
Whatever.
We've heard you say that before, but I think the fundamental part of it is this, right? So the company Badass, I get it. You don't have an operating agreement with Boosie, but would you at least agree? Yep. Would you at least agree with me that Boosie, because he is Boosie Badass, he is the face of it, and he is pretty much the representative of this company, right?
Absolutely. Everything that I did, we're supposed to be splitting. We're supposed to be busting down.
Okay, so then let me ask you. Maybe the forgery is not that you weren't allowed to sign for him, but in this particular case, you signed without his consent, or you signed without his knowledge.
That's not true.
Did he say, hey,
that's not true.
So he said we're going forward with this agreement of letting Young Blue get in a non-exclusive deal that he could subsequently do a deal with Empire. So he was cool with this at first. That's what you're saying.
We had Empire wasn't in the picture. Nobody was in the picture.
But was he cool with it? Because I think that's the fundamental part.
He was cool. He was cool with letting somebody else put up the money, make them hot, and then we come and get 50% of the profits. Yes.
Okay. So you told him, like, hey, listen, we're about to do this agreement, and he says, all right, yeah, I'm cool with it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's the business relationship.
Okay,
Boosie,
perfect.
Hey,
now,
do you want me to go ahead and lock it in? Okay, we locked it in. The final draft of the contract is in. All right, we'll go ahead and lock it in. The terms are as follows. Check your email, check your text message. Bam, I got the fucking text messages, bro. I just don't want to get into a text message. Receipt showing Battle Online is already embarrassing enough to be putting this shit out there.
Okay, so
my nigga, Go ahead.
You mentioned also briefly just now, you said the deal, and I'm guessing maybe this is the restructuring, you guys were still supposed to bust down 50% of the profits from Young Blue's music. Am I correct in this?
That is correct.
Okay. So
starting with the Moon Boy album.
Okay. And that was released on what label?
That was released on Empire.
Okay, perfect. So now, if Boosie's now claiming he owes $10 million, I believe that's what he says he's going to file this lawsuit. I don't know if he has filed it yet.
He filed it, and he just recently dropped it after my interviews.
Okay, and you never know if he's going to refile. But here's the question. Did Boosie, number one, by the way, with him just throwing out that number, and also with Young Blue out of his own mouth saying he offered him $2 million, it tells me one big thing. Boosie probably didn't get paid. Number two, he don't know how much Young Blue done made, so he needs to sue to figure out or to get access to the books. Am I correct? Because number one, it does look fishy. If Boosie's so wrong, why the fuck is Young Blue offering him $2 million? And then number two, why does Boosie believe that after he busted down with you, and I haven't heard you talk about, oh yeah, I need my money too.
The problem is Boosie don't believe I'm owed nothing, and that's why it's getting ugly.
Okay,
and that's the problem between me and Boosie. That has nothing to do with Blue. This is some internal brother shit, some sibling hate that this nigga got from me, sibling rivalry type shit, and this nigga don't think I deserve nothing. That's a whole nother thing.
But it does have something to do with Blue, because let's make up numbers, okay? I don't want to get too much.
No, it don't.
Wait, hold on. All right, hold on.
If it has something to do with Blue, Boosie would say, TQ, all you deserve is, or you only get, like, this nigga don't think I deserve nothing.
Hold on, but we got to go a step at a time, right? Has Empire paid out to Badass all the money that's due based on the contract or the restructuring that y'all had? Because if they have paid it out, yeah, that's just a you and Boosie thing. It's, okay, we got $10 million. How do we bust the $10 million down? Have Empire paid that out?
No.
Why haven't they paid it out?
No. Because we get paid off the profits. And in order to do that, they basically what needs to happen, they need to be audited to see where the books are. And then whatever it is, if Blue may very, very well still hasn't recouped from his first album.
Impossible.
We don't know. I don't know. The problem, and then on the top of that, the reason why I don't know, and the reason why we haven't been able to get to the bottom of it or find out what's owed is because Boosie started claiming that he did not know. He started claiming like he didn't know that we restructured Blue's deal.
Okay, TQ. Okay.
So
I feel like what you just did is like spitting in the air and like telling me it's rain when it drops on my face. Pause. If Young Blue is offering Boosie $2 million, by the way, maybe y'all don't have access to the books. He definitely has access to whatever quarterly statements is coming from Empire. He knows what they're giving him as an advance. He knows all the budgets. If he's offering Boosie $2 million, I think it's safe to say he probably recouped. Why would he offer $2 million?
To get when Blue was, first of all, Blue didn't have $2 million to give. He was gonna come up with it. Boosie could never give me a number of what he wanted after we realized he was unhappy with what we agreed to. So that's Blue just trying to give him something to completely void what the agreement that we were in.
Okay.
The 50% of 3 albums. At least that's what the conversation was when I asked Blue, what that was about.
So, but I'm still confused. Why aren't you, like, again, I get it. You and Boosie, and I've heard about the brother thing, and clearly, you don't have an operating agreement, so we don't know how that money is going to get busted down. But put it like this: even if me and my biggest op own a company that we're in business with a guy that we're supposed to get 50% of the profits, we gonna fight over the money to the death. But we want the money at least paid out. Let's put it in escrow, then go to court. You, who, in your opinion, it should be bust down between you and Boosie 50-50. If Boosie never got
it ain't
nothing,
necessarily got to be 50-50.
Whatever that agreement is.
There's no situation where I don't get anything. You feel me?
Whatever that agreement is, if Boosie didn't get paid, it sounds like you didn't get paid. I'm saying, why aren't you supporting Boosie's in his plight to get Empire to pay up? Because if money doesn't come in, even if, listen, 100% of zero is still zero. At least you and Boosie could fight it out. Go ahead.
Okay, when did I say I don't support Boosie getting paid?
Well,
I'm saying that we are owed. We are owed.
Okay.
My thing is, it's always been we. Boosie literally texted me 2 days ago. I'm telling him, nigga, we are owed. Let's see what they owe us.
Okay.
This nigga text me, nigga, ain't no us. Ain't no we, nigga. Like, this nigga cutthroat. I'm trying to tell you. And so when it comes down to what is the biggest problem with the label getting paid, Badass getting paid, is Boosie is denying that this shit ever happened. That Blue could even work with somebody. Boosie is denying that Blue could even work with another company, yet he still wants the company's money. It don't make no fucking sense, which is why he getting his ass whooped in court.
Okay, so then let me get into like some of the minute details of like this company, Badass, right? So, who are the representative, like whatever, if it's an LLC, whatever it is, are both you guys' names executives or people who are on this company formation log? Because again, if you don't have like, for example, if I have a company and I'll take it outside of music and I have 10 niggas who's on the original founders or whatever, and I submit as an LLC, at least in my state, if basically we don't have, you own 10%, blah, 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 and we go to court, most likely they're going to be like, both y'all name is on it? Shit, unless you come with like a fucking audio or some type of agreement, we're going to split it down the middle. Is your name's on the company as well, right? He didn't just make you president, you own the company as well.
Right.
Okay. So when the company's created, y'all both own it. Why would Boosie then think you don't deserve any profits or dividends? Like, Boosie don't know business?
I can't even answer that because my answer gonna be biased. You tell me. Tell me what you think.
Well, listen. I don't take Boosie as an idiot. If you ask me, but again, I'm open to be wrong. In these type of situations, by the way, I listened to your interview and I listened keenly to every word you said. Trust me, when you deal with these rappers, they got tremendous ego, okay? First of all, like, they really don't believe nobody should be paid but them. But usually, if that's their disposition, they would own the company forthright, and then they'll bring you on just to run it because a rapper really can't run, like, no label. Like, niggas be busy with their own shit, right? Now, granted, at that point, you are deserving of a salary, right? And maybe you could get points on records, and that could be negotiated or whatever later. But if you own the company with them, if y'all literally establish, we're gonna do Badass Entertainment, hey, I'm gonna give the money, you're gonna run the business and do all this other shit. That sounds like a 50-50 venture. If that's exactly.
I ain't gonna lie. I was never looking for 50-50, bro. I was never looking for 50-50, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Okay.
You know? Like, I understand what you're saying. I definitely understand what you're saying.
What are you looking for? What would be a reasonable thing? If Boosie said, all right, I give you 10%. If Boosie says, "Hey, listen, you were operating like
today,
a manager,"
bro,
we'll give
as
you
of
10 or
today,
20.
you want to know what don't want to know what I offer Boosie?
Yeah, you let me know.
All right. I said, Boosie. I said, bruh, I would give all of this shit. I'll remove my name from anything. I don't want nothing from the Badass Blue deal. If you just give me 10% of the Rap Snacks deal I did for you, and you can go after Empire, you can go after whoever you want. Just give me 10% of that deal that I did, because that is like this shit is too sloppy. Just give me 10% of the Rap Snacks deal that I did.
So wait. You'll forfeit any type of profits from
I don't even give a fuck no more. That motherfucker told me, nigga, you ain't getting shit. Nigga, it was never no us, it was never no we. Nigga, I do all my deals. I said, man.
Wait, but why would you why would again, theoretically, right? It sounds like it should be a 50-50 situation. Why would you say, "No, I'm cool with nothing. Just give me 10%." That sounds like a manager. That doesn't sound like a co-owner.
I know, but I think it's reflective of what I brought to the table. You know what I'm saying? I think it's reflective of what I brought to the table. Okay. If I had to start it from the top, if I had to start it from the top, it would be reflect on based on how much capital I put up. It would be based off, like what my responsibilities were. So I don't like to. I mean, I think it could, it could be 50-50, but I'm not. Bro, I'm literally saying that I will give up all of this shit just to get the shit that I care about. I can make another star. Like I told Boosie today, I say, bro, start a new label. Find another star.
Okay.
Go take one of your artists right now and go sign them to a major. Do it again. Find another product deal like that's gonna get you paid forever, like Rap Snacks. Do it again. If I didn't do none of this shit, then do it again without me. So that's my thing. I'm not like, I can make another star. It ain't shit. So that's why I'm like, all of this stuff that's going on with the Badass, I will give all that shit up for what I actually care about.
Okay, so
you feel me?
So if I'm following that, and then also I want to know if you will give these things up. If I'm following that, it actually then, if I'm combining both stories, because I usually believe the truth is usually partially what both people are saying, then it makes what Boosie's saying. Listen, put it like this. I think you're a co-owner, right? For everything you're telling me, you're a co-owner. I think you're owed 50%. You're now saying, I'm cool with getting 0%. Just give me 10% of this other shit. So now I'm like, damn, if you're willing to walk away with nothing, maybe you was getting paid all along. Then I hear Boosie say, you're listed as a writer and a producer on every record. So now I'm like, maybe you were getting paid. Boosie was the only nigga that getting paid.
Look,
so could you
bro,
explain that situation?
Everybody gets fucking paid, dog. Like, you're talking about the publishing. Yeah. Like, Blue gave me a piece of the publishing of all of his old mixtape shit. Old mixtape. Those are all songs from like 2018 and like before.
Why?
Like, because that's the deal we worked out of. And actually, you want to know why? Because Blue got out of my management deal when me and Boosie had the issue about the money. Because Boosie sent a letter to fucking Columbia stopping me from being able to do business with Columbia. And I'm the one that did the Columbia deal. So that removed, I was unable to fulfill my duties as a manager, right? So
but TQ,
he was able to get out the management contract. But this the thing. We never got any of Blue's publishing. Blue can do whatever the fuck he want with his publishing. That has nothing to do with, he can give his publishing to whoever the fuck he can do it. Give it to his spouse.
Hold on.
He can give it to.
What do you mean we? The people listed on that site, and Boosie brought up the BMI site. That's where he was getting all the stuff. Are the people
what I'm saying
listed?
is that shit hidden? It's not hidden.
No, okay, but is that company? Is that
That's
just
my
solely you?
company.
Okay, that's so solely you.
25% of those songs.
So you get 25% of the publishing. So hold on.
No, not of Blues Publishing. No, I do not have a publishing deal with Blue at all.
Yeah,
at all.
For those songs,
just to be clear.
Yeah.
For those songs, which were all mixtape. Remember, Blue started getting popular during the transition from the My Mixtape Spinrilla time to streaming started. So those were all supposed to be mixtape songs, and that's all old shit. That's all old shit. None of those came after Columbia. Once he got bigger. That's all of the old shit.
Hey, so TQ, and
yeah,
these are the fuck all the beef shit and all anything else. I love conversations like this. Like these are my favorite conversations.
You gotta understand,
hold on.
Yeah,
you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of what Carl Crawford and Jay Prince is saying about someone named T. Farris. So let me put it in perspective. Carl Crawford has 1501. He signs Meg Thee Stallion. A person who is his like kind of right hand man at that time, who's like an executive, starts managing Meg Thee Stallion. Basically, they're getting paid on both sides, kind of, right? You're getting paid from the label. You're getting paid because you're the manager. All of a sudden, you come up with a bright idea. Let me get you away from this label. Let's get over to Rock Nation. Now, Carl Crawford is battling his former business partner. Hear what I'm saying. Do you think it was a conflict of interest if you and Boosie, right, essentially had this label that signed Blue, but then you also managed Blue? Because the first of all, if we look at standard record contracts, right, for a lot of artists, the label will have a piece of the publishing. That happens a lot. From what I'm seeing with this, the label don't have a piece of the publishing. The manager does. Here's the thing.
Let me interject.
Okay.
Let me interject. That is the standard when there is an advance given. That is the standard when there is an advance given to the artist. That is not the standard when you give zero advance and finance none of the records.
Okay, and I would agree with you, but here's the thing. You and Boosie are partners. So if you don't take publishing on the situation you're partners with Boosie with, but you take partnership on the side, or you take publishing on the side where you're just doing management by yourself, you don't see how Boosie might think you fucking him out of the money?
It does not. That does not matter, because let me tell you what I could do. And this is standard, okay?
Okay.
There can be a producer in the room producing for an artist that I manage, or producing the artist that's on a label that I co-own. I can go to that producer and ask him, and I can buy a piece or all of his publishing right then and there, and there's nothing wrong with that, because that is owned by him.
Okay, so let me ask you
know
this
what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's like niggas sell their pub to whoever.
I've heard you bring this up a bunch of times, that Boosie didn't front money. Now, here's the thing.
That's the big thing. That's the big problem.
No, I agree. No, I agree. Definitely. That's a big thing. And by the way, that's egregious. I agree. So then I say to you, right? Because Boosie's the face, he's the rapper. It's a reason why he even has you in the mix. You're supposed to really run the label. Let's be honest. He's the face, the name. He's going to do the recruiting, right? He's supposed to front the money too. When you guys were establishing a deal with Blue, did you ever say to Boosie, yo, Boosie, we got to give him 30 grand. Like, yo, we got to give him in advance.
Absolutely.
So you told Boosie, I need to give this guy an advance. And we got to give him a budget. We got to give him an advance and a budget. Usually those two things are standard to really make at least the contract really hold, to be like, hey, you're at least dealing with your fiduciary duties or whatever that shit's called. But like, you guys are handling business accordingly. So did you ask Boosie for that money and he just said no?
Man, absolutely. He said no. He said no. We ended up working out a deal, and to be honest with you, that was always an issue, which is why I didn't do it again. I knew that Blue. I knew where Blue. I had a very good understanding of where Blue wanted to go, how to market him, why it was going to work. So I have my receipts. I have my receipts on what I spent. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I say that to say that's why I didn't sign nobody else for $0 after Blue. That's why I didn't sign. That's why I didn't.
I heard about the Mo3 thing. Yep.
I didn't try to force the issue with Mo3. I didn't try to force the issue with other artists because it's like, yo, ain't nobody going for this, and I'm not trying to sell it on nobody.
And by the way, I'm using a lot of critical thinking, and don't think me asking you questions is just me trying to whatever, because I agree with you.
Nah, man, you're doing a good job, bro. Like ask the questions that you feel like need to get answered.
No, of course. And by the way, I agree with you. You had said something that I do agree with you that if Boosie doesn't want to front or furnish money or a budget, he should have just had a management company. Completely makes sense.
Absolutely.
You give them a little bit of a cosign, right? That's going to get them booked, free features, get them in studios with people, probably help their career. Shit, that's where, of course you should be getting publishing, definitely through even that situation. And you should get 20% of whatever the fuck that happens. I agree with that. A label is a lot more that you should be furnishing a lot more to, even if it's a production deal, to produce these records. So I completely agree with that. Did you manage Young Blue after he was at Empire and after that record with Drake came out?
No.
So you have received zero money or compensation ever since Blue got on Empire, and obviously he struck gold with that record with Drake. You've received nothing.
Yeah, I've received nothing from the records, nothing from the deal. However, Blue does allow me to advise him, and I'm a part of the team. Now, recently, there's been a wedge drawn in between me, him, due to what we got going on with Boosie. So but this is the thing. I had Blue in a management contract with his other manager until Boosie blocked me from working with the label. And like I said, I was unable to perform my duties. Blue at the time was just like, man, you and Boosie got too much shit going on.
Okay.
And I was like, I'll release you from the management agreement.
Okay.
You know, that's fair. I'm a fair person.
Okay, so you mentioned something which seems to be a little bit contradictory if I'm just going off my knowledge of everything and memory of what you said before.
Hey, brother, the business is sloppy. The business is sloppy. We are all in breach in some type of way. Technically, I will be the first to say that. Trust me, I'm not. The reason why I didn't speak for so long or respond to Boosie is because this shit is embarrassing. We're fucking pulling down our zipper and showing our business fucking acumen. This shit's sloppy, and that's why this shit shouldn't even be in court. It should be real nigga shit. It should be like, bro, hey, TQ, I didn't like y'all. I didn't know that I was gonna be missing out on this type of money, so I need this. Blue, hey, Boosie, I don't think you deserve that, but I'll give you this. TQ, we think you deserve this. Bam, and that's how it should be handled.
Hey,
that's how it should be handled as men, and that's how it should be handled as family, because we know the business is sloppy. So, AK, you're going to find a whole bunch of shit sloppy about it.
So this might be sloppy as well, but I would love to hear your explanation. If you own Badass with Boosie, there's no operating agreement, right? Which, if there's no operating agreement and you both are supposedly owners of this company, right? Like, for example, just to educate some of the people who might not know about, the music business or just even companies in general. Like, for example, when Lil Wayne established Young Money, that was a subsidiary of Cash Money, basically Birdman owned 51%, Wayne owned 49%, right? That's an operating agreement that establishes that, right? Which means that shows who has the ultimate say because they control the majority of the company. When you say Boosie stopped you from working with Empire or from them to
No. Stop you from working with Columbia.
Oh, Columbia. How's that possible?
Bruh, I signed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I signed Blue in 2016. This is 7 years, almost 8 years, bruh. Like this is a long relationship. You feel me? So yeah. So so your question is how does he do that?
Yeah, like if first of all, if you're the guy who, again, forget just you're signing all the contracts this and third, if you have that power within the company of Badass Entertainment to, operate on its behalf because you're one of the founders and owners,
right,
how could Boosie then tell Columbia, hey, don't work with my brother?
Because he had his attorney send a letter saying that, and if Columbia, so the response from Columbia at that time is, we have no choice but to not honor. I'm trying to find the words. We have no choice but to accept this unless you could. Basically, I would have had to fight it, right? I would have had to say, "Oh no, I'm on the company too," or I would have had to lawyer up and fight it, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't worth fighting for. With all of these different issues we've had, all of these tantrums Boosie have thrown, all of these accusations he's made against me, other people, I still felt like in each one of these cases that he would come around and see and realize he's wrong. So that's kind of my spirit. My spirit is about reconciliation. Up until now, like, Boosie wrong all the way.
Yeah.
But I still don't know what the fucking problem is. I don't know why he tripping in all of these different cases. So when he sends that letter, there's two things. One, I don't feel like it's worth fighting for. Two, I don't want to fuck up the relationship with Columbia on Blue's behalf. So what I'll do is I'll just remove myself from the situation. I will continue to work. Like, I was continuing to work behind the scenes with Blue. So I would be on conference calls trying to talk about the album, trying to talk about, getting producer agreements and everything else. But I was unable to do it as, this TQ on the line. To be like, hey, this is my assistant.
Okay.
So I'm working around to still be able to do my job as a part of the team and as the only representative dealing with them from Badass, but it became more difficult to do, and that shit. I removed myself from the situation, man.
But it brings me back to the original question of if you're owner of the company, because put like this, right? If I have a company and I'm an owner and you're an owner, right? If there's a decision to be made by the company, again, we're going by no operating agreement. First of all, I wouldn't even say it's forgery because you wouldn't sign my name. You sign your name. You're one of the owners. So when Boosie says forgery, sounds like you're signing his name, which if you're one of the owners, why are you signing his name?
I never thought that he would claim forgery, because if I would have thought that he would ever fucking years later claim forgery, when I got the final draft back, I would have been like, hey, you need to add my name there too. I would have told the attorney, hey, you need to add my name there too. because it's family. I did not look. There's spots on a contract where I signed as well, but in that particular spot it says authorized user, authorized signer, right? And
and that needs to
listed
be Boosie.
his name. Well,
that needs to be Terrence
so
Hatch.
Yeah, I didn't think nothing of it, bro. I didn't think nothing of it because this is how we do all of our business. This is how we do all of our business, bro. Like, since this shit happened, I found over 40 contracts. Most of them shows, right? Where I did the same thing. I either signed his name, my name, our name. You know what I'm saying? So I never thought that nigga would come back years later and claim forgery just to try to nail, like I said, nigga throwing me under the bus to try to get a lump sum instead of handling record business and just collecting. Just collecting.
So let me ask you a question. So years. When did you guys establish our Badass?
And that's what I just learned something about that too. But look, we established Badass Music Syndicate. I think it's February 6th, 2014. Boosie didn't get out of jail to either March, the first week of March, or the last week of February. Somebody told me, I ain't gonna lie, it ain't nobody tell me. It was in the comments that if you're incarcerated, you can't even form a company. So somebody can fact check that. So, but when I did it, and that's what I told Boosie today in text, I'm like, bruh, nigga, was it forgery when I signed your name to start the company as well? Because you've never signed anything for the company. So it's just like, I signed it, like I signed his name, like because I'm thinking we're doing this together on everything.
So, okay, so and the reason why I asked that is because there was this whole saga which Boosie made a huge stink about, right? The whole thing he said niggas took out money out of his checking account. And then they were like, oh, the police said it was you. And then he started going off on you. And we never really heard nothing that really came out about it. I'm glad you cleared it up because I always wondered what happened. It looks like you had nothing to do with it. You were actually innocent in that situation. But what that tells me is that it's telling me that Boosie didn't trust you with money. You get what I mean? Like, for him to make that accusation, he didn't trust you with finances that had to do with him. So, even though it seems like Badass Syndicate was existing before then, what was your understanding of the business dealings with Boosie going forward? I mean, if a guy was basically literally, that's a federal charge right there, right? Basically saying, yo, this nigga like scam money out of my account. What understanding of business did you have going forward with that?
Okay, so after I was cleared and everything.
Mm-hmm. So, did he ever apologize? He never did publicly.
Nah, he never apologized. And the biggest thing, bruh, the biggest question that I want you and your fucking audience to look into is why he never went after the people that in black and white got his money. He never blasted them people.
Were there other people that
got
arrested?
Never blasted the people, bruh. He never blasted the people. This is something the nigga won't say nothing. When we arguing in text, I'm like, bruh, why didn't you ever out those people that it showed got your money? Every cent, where it went. Why didn't you ever get on your fucking IG and say, do y'all know this person in Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, whatever, they got this amount of my money. If anybody know these people, what you call them? Get at me, DM me. He never went after those people, and it was in black and white who got what. And it was in black and white, those people saying that Boosie and myself put them up to it. So why, when I never got, when that shit happened, bro, the first thing I did was say, hey, bro, I just got arrested. I'm about to send you my police report. They might be coming to arrest you too. I'm thinking, so But it wasn't that. It was him going straight to the internet saying that my brother did this to me. Oh, I can't believe this shit, bro. Your own family. And I'm just like, what? Nigga, they said we put them up to it. What the fuck are you like? And why you ain't posting my arrest report with who did what? And to this day, if anybody know anything about that money, even if you done did your time for that shit, come forward. I want to know who did that shit. I want to know what the ring was. It's 7 years later. You probably already went to jail for the shit. I want to know what really happened with Boosie money. If anybody know anything.
How much money was it again?
That's what I want to know.
How much money was it again?
Like 300. And I'm gonna tell you another thing. It was like 340,000. But this is the thing, bro. 300,000 over about 30 days coming out of his personal account that I had no access to. And think about how Boosie is about money. How you don't see 40,000 come out, 30,000 come out, 20,000 come out. How you don't see that shit? How you don't see that shit when you go to the bank? As soon as you get back in town with your back ends, you go to the bank. How you don't see that shit?
Hey, that's a good point. By the way, as you mentioned that, you know, I have multiple businesses and I have accounts for those businesses. Is there like a joint, like even a bank account, like that you guys have for Badass Syndicate?
Look, bro, when this shit happened, I understood people's theory on what may have happened. No. We hear about financial advisors skimming money out of their clients' bank accounts. That was not what happened. The account that got all of the money came out was his personal account that I had no access to at all. And another thing about how the situation played out is probably a week or so before, my business account got hit for like $6,500 or something like that.
Yeah.
I called, I reported it. I didn't do this. They put my money back in my account. About a week later is when Boosie called me, man, somebody fucking hit my account. Come to the bank right now. And I'm just like, okay, well, I'm about to put on some clothes. I'll come over there. Like, all of this shit, that's how this shit started, bruh. And I don't understand. I don't understand why. The biggest thing is I don't understand why he didn't go after those people when he goes after everybody. He goes after everybody.
No, you're right. And by the way, that's a great point. I think, and by the way, I'm pretty sure Boosie will see this. I hope Boosie does address that because that's a very valid point. But let's stay on topic a little bit.
Somebody need to ask him. Somebody need to ask him.
Of course. And listen, I'm gonna make sure he answers that question. But let's stay on topic, right? When it comes to like Boosie seems to, and obviously I love the fact that you pointed out, you said, listen, there's no operating agreement, but I could tell what Boosie feels already about that whole thing. This is what Boosie feels. Because he said it. He says, TQ, my brother, has no talent. That's why he's mad. And usually when an artist or anybody starts talking like that, they're basically saying, yo, like, you're the assistant or you're like you're like the secretary type of shit. Like, basically, you don't deserve profits or proceeds. Obviously, I disagree if you actually founded the label and you're doing all the work and he's only the face or whatever. What did you feel about that? Because he went crazy saying, God just didn't bless you with talent.
Bruh, that's how deep it is, bro. It's a personal thing. That's that's how I know it's something personal, bro. It's something very, very personal. Man, you know what, bro? My boys in the group chat, like my closest friends, right? When they first saw the first interview, and they saw how all the shit Boosie was saying, what he said really stuck out to me, and I had never thought of it that way. And so this is in response to Boosie saying I have no talent, whatever. My dog said, man, I wish I could just have a conversation with your brother. He said, I wish I can just have a conversation with your brother because I don't even think your brother knows who you are.
Yeah.
And I said, damn, that's deep. And it made me think, bruh, me and Boosie haven't spent more than 3 days consecutive days together where it wasn't working, where we was just chilling, hanging out since we were in like high school, like since we were teenagers. So a lot of this stuff that Boosie thinks of me, there's a lot of stuff that he thinks that might, was my intentions, or he may think a lot of stuff he's accused me of, that makes sense. Boosie don't even know me. Boosie don't even know me. He don't know me. Like, the nigga don't know me. That nigga ain't my friend. We ain't hung out. We ain't been on a vacation together. Like, this nigga does not know me.
Okay.
And he don't know niggas. And I'm sorry. If my mama hear this, I'm sorry for saying niggas. Sorry for cursing. Listen, he does not know people like me.
Yeah.
To even have any understanding of how people like me react to stuff, do business, the way we treat people. Boosie only respects it's a very narrow type of person and reality, which is based off street shit. You feel me?
So basically,
he don't know me, bro. He don't know me.
You're basically
So
saying
he
that
just wrong,
Boosie know Vlad more than he know you, basically.
Man, he's
listen,
talked to Vlad definitely. He's had more quality conversations with Vlad than he has with me for sure.
Oh, I can imagine. Hey, listen, I did want to ask this. So, by the way, don't even ask how I've been really keen on this whole shit. I love this music business shit. So,
me too, right? This all I ever wanted to do, and that's why me and Boosie clash, because he wants to stick it to the music business. I just want to be great in the music business.
So you said Badass Music Syndicate. It first. When was that? When did you guys register that?
It's either February 4th or 6th of 2014.
Yeah. So I pulled up the LLC. I pulled up the LLC. Let me look at it. And this is why I think, I don't know if Boosie's talking about this, but you'll probably help me to explain. Badass Music Syndicate. Boosie's name is nowhere to be found. It's only your name. And by the way, it got reinstated. It was revoked, and it was reinstated literally 8 days ago. So it was revoked on... Yep. So here's the thing. So if Badass is the company, if Boosie's company, obviously you own it with him. His name is nowhere to be found on this thing.
All right. We want to hear why?
I do want to hear, yeah.
All right. When Boosie called me in 2020, talking about I forged his name, from that moment on, I wasn't signing his name on anything else. So before he sued, he was already talking about forgery. So when it came time to do annual reports or anything dealing with his name, I wasn't signing it again.
Okay.
So just like I signed his name when he was in jail to put on there, I wasn't doing none of that no more. Boosie's been threatening for 3 years. We haven't had a conversation in 3 years.
So did you remove them from the company, or was he never there?
I removed him whenever I did the annual report. Every year up until then, every year up until then, I have been signing his name, my name on the annual report, updating the witch call.
Okay. Yeah, no, okay. Well, I kind of get that too. Like, if a nigga is basically saying you're forging his shit, you basically want to get away from signing anything for him.
Exactly.
At that point,
it gets crazy.
So at that point, wasn't he willing to just do business and sign it himself? Because from what you're telling me, he was in jail only really at the point of the formation, but subsequently after the formation, this nigga free. He's on the gram all the time. You can get him to sign it.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said he was only incarcerated really back in 2014 for like a long period of time. But subsequently after that, I don't know when you removed him, he was free. So like you didn't have to sign his name. You could be like, yo, Boosie, we need to do this for business. Yeah. You need to sign your name.
Man, no. I need to make this clear. Boosie has not been willing to have a conversation with me about anything dealing with the business. I have been blocked up until recently.
Yeah.
I have been blocked. I have tried to reach out through everybody. When we realized Boosie had an issue with what we agreed to restructure the deal, it was after the Drake thing, and Boosie still would not say what the problem was. He would not give us a number to work toward. He did not want to hear
wait, hold on. Who's us? Who's us? Who's us?
I'm talking about me and Blue.
Yeah, but you and Boosie supposed to be on the same side. What do you mean? You and Boosie are on the label side. Blue's on the artist side. So why would Boosie be giving you and Blue like you supposed to be his partner? He's supposed to be giving Blue and Empire a number. You supposed to just be like, yo, whatever Boosie get, I'm gonna bust it. Like me and him, we gonna fight over. We gonna bust it down.
But it was still the issue in question was something we all agreed to.
Okay.
We all agreed to. He cannot deny that we sat down and we all agreed to it. So we need to talk just like we agreed to it. Why can't we do that? Why can't we get on three-way call and if whatever is the issue, say it to both of us at the same time. And so because at the same time, both Blue and myself are trying to resolve this so that niggas could flourish, so everybody can eat.
Yeah.
And at the same time, truly, we are trying to appease Boosie. Right or wrong, we're trying to make Boosie happy because we don't want Boosie doing what he's doing now.
So in 20,
but there comes a point. Go ahead.
In 20, so it basically said that you became the registered agent in 2020. So in 2020, I'm guessing that's when you took Boosie off. Then you became the registered agent.
Because that's when he started talking the forgery shit, bro.
Okay, but
that's when he started talking the forgery shit, and I really didn't touch it until days ago. I didn't touch it because everything is pending.
But even in 2020, Boosie has to sign off on him leaving the company.
What you say?
So Boosie, again, according to you, y'all both own the company, right? In 2020, you become the only sole registered agent. How it usually goes, I'm not too sure how it works in Louisiana. For Boosie to exit the company, he has to sign to say, I'm exiting the company. Because y'all are owners, they don't litigate who could kick who out. So Boosie has to leave. Did Boosie sign away his shit to say, hey, listen, I'm not part of Badass anymore or no?
No, absolutely not. The only thing he was removed from was I just wasn't signing his name on no new documents. The thing is, man, look, right or wrong, fucking let the courts decide it. But what wasn't happening is I'm signing his name on any new documents. And I'm operating with everything else that was done after that, with anything dealing with Badass, I was operating within my right. That's my stand. That's what it is.
I know Boosie. I know Blue. When it came to Empire, he's now in this non-exclusive deal with y'all, which allows him to do the deal with Empire. So you guys technically don't have to clear any records he's putting out or anything or features anything, right?
Nope.
Right?
No,
right? When he was with Columbia, were you the one clearing it because it wasn't that situation yet? So you had to sign off on shit.
if it was something that needed to be cleared by Badass,
yes,
I was doing it.
Okay, were you signing Boosie's name then?
No.
Wait, say
Or it just depends. It just depends, bro. It depends on whatever. Like, it just depends. Like, I'm authorized to sign either one of our names, just depending on whatever the spot said.
Okay, so
it just depends on what it is. There wasn't a lot that would needed to be cleared, to be honest with you. But if something came down, like if it was an older song that wasn't a part of his Columbia catalog, then I would be clearing it or whatever. So have I cleared most of what I would clear would be my name, but if they put Boosie name on there, I would just sign Boosie name or in that case.
So have you had the conversation with Blue to say, yo, Blue, listen, if you offering Boosie $2 million, nigga, give me $2 million too.
Nah, because
he's offering $2 million.
That ain't.
You don't want the $2 million?
Nah, but that's just not me, bro. Nah, that's not it. If Boosie gets if he gives Boosie $2 million, I would expect Boosie to pay me and take care of me. That's what I would expect, bro. I'm being honest. I ain't acting like I'm more than I am. I ain't acting like I'm less than I am. I'm telling you what our relationship is.
Have you seen the books in terms of, I know you said an audit, right? But
man,
have you seen royalty quarterly statements?
No,
have you seen anything to do with Empire? Like for example, if Empire's wiring over in advance to Blue, clearly they're not, which technically according to your production agreement, which I think I completely understand what Boosie was saying with that. There should have been a letter of direction sent to Empire to say, whenever you cut Young Blue, $100,000, it's going to be 50 to him and 50 to Badass. So if they've never paid Boosie, Boosie's left in the position of saying, nigga, give me my money. Or if he can't get his money back that way, he's going to be like, I got to sue you. So has any type of either statements or any type of when Blue's getting advances, are you guys privy to that? Do you guys get parts of it?
Nah, you're okay. I honestly haven't looked at that contract in years. I honestly haven't looked at that contract in years, to be honest with you, because it's been such a, like, we've been fighting for 3 years.
Well, that's what the whole stink is about now. You got to look at it now.
No, listen, bro. I do not know if Badass gets a piece of advances.
Well, listen, I don't know your agreement, but in standard production agreement, you get 50% of every advance.
I know, but it was restructured. It was restructured as a profit split. It was restructured as a profit split, and I understand what you're saying.
And hold on. By the way, let's go to TV real quick.
I do not know if that includes advances.
No good lawyer would do it if it didn't include that. Play this. Let's go to TV land. Let's go to whatever, right? I just interviewed Lemuel Plummer, the guy who owns Zeus. When again, you agree that it's a production deal. The production company, like for example, if you're gonna, let's say Squid Games, it's probably made by a production company. For them to make it, the number one thing they need from Netflix is money. Like no company with a production deal would say, "Hey, I don't know if we are entitled to money." No, y'all create the records. No. The record label gives you the money.
No, listen.
Go ahead.
All right, I should have stopped you. You're the one saying that we have a production deal. I never said that we have a production deal with Blue. The way the Columbia deal overrode the Badass deal.
But you had to sign off on that. That's a fact.
Huh?
Okay. When I'm saying production deal, I'm saying production deal because you guys don't have enough assets to actually be a label. So put it like this: a nigga in the hood, when they sign a rapper, they're not a label, but they could call themselves a label. But it's usually just a production deal. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's a production deal. Of course, y'all was trying to be a record label. My thing is that you have him in a deal, right? You have him in a deal. The whole point of this, is to get the money. Okay, cool. You go to Columbia. I'm pretty sure y'all had some type of conversation. Columbia says, "Hey, check this out. Yo, we don't want to have to always come to y'all for blah, blah. We want to override y'all on certain shit. We want to own blah, blah, the master, whatever. Y'all come to some type of agreement and you have to sign off. Why? You own Blue. Blue signed to y'all. Blue can, again, it's like Meg Thee Stallion with 1501. We own you, motherfucker. We don't care who you do a deal with. So again, you guys had to allow, you guys had to allow Columbia, right? And from my understanding, y'all allowed Columbia to rock, but then wouldn't count those projects. It was supposed to be like, I forgot the exact, what I was hearing from either number one, Blue and also Boosie. So, but y'all had to allow that to rock. The Empire situation, y'all also came up with another agreement. This one was non-exclusive, but it still required a profit share.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
No, not with the Empire agreement. No, man. So we restructured. You're assuming that the deal that we restructured is very favorable to us. When we did the deal, we had two things against us. Boosie didn't give a fuck and wasn't willing to do much. He didn't care. And the other thing that was against us is he could have easily got out of our deal. Okay? So everything that you're saying totally makes sense. The only thing that I'm saying is I don't want to speak wrong and say that we are entitled to your advance, to Blue's advances. If that is the case, okay? If that is the case, then the logic would be that Badass should have got a piece of maybe like a meal or two based on whatever advances Empire gave.
And also maybe royalty share.
No, 1,000% that is the case.
TQ.
You understand what I'm saying?
TQ. For other people who are going to listen to this conversation later, you do understand how ridiculous they're going to think this sounds. This whole week, Boosie, you, and Blue been trending about this deal, this one contract. And this is your third time talking about it. And you're telling me you don't know what's in the contract? You ain't look at it in a while? You gonna see? You understand why people might be like, man, I don't know if he telling. Like, we're all talking about why Boosie. This deal is why Boosie feels he's entitled.
Which is why Boosie what?
This deal or this restructuring is why Boosie feels he's entitled, or, well, he claims it was a forgery or whatever. Regardless, you guys owned Blue, right? And when I mean own, I'm all right. People should understand my terminology.
No, that's how artists feel, bro. Never signed to rapper.com, bro.
So wait, you haven't even checked to see what Badass the company. Remember, you are right now. I'm looking at Badass the company. You're the only registered agent. You're telling me you haven't checked in this whole last week.
Everything is in limbo. Everything is in limbo. Everything is in limbo, bro. Okay. Everything is in limbo. I've been fighting a lawsuit with Boosie up until 2 days ago.
Okay.
You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. I have not been trying to make money off of Badass. Everything has been in limbo, to be honest with you.
Okay.
It's not making, and the thing is, I have still been hoping that Boosie and I can get on the same page to go see what is owed and what's not.
And
I've had my attorney working on
I
other
agree
shit,
with that. And I agree with that because it looks like Empire seemingly has not paid out anything to Badass the company. I guess I was asking your disposition to that. I guess you're saying, well, you think they owe something, you just don't know what.
My disposition to that is this. In order for the restructured deal to really benefit us, other than we're not ended up with nothing by him getting out of his contract with us, we needed to be a label. We needed to be on top of it. We needed to be on top of the budget. We needed to watch the money because our stake is in the profit. However, when Boosie is not shoulder to shoulder with me, going in, demanding things, when he's saying that I can't speak to them, he didn't agree to this, he don't know about this, y'all owe me money, fuck you, fuck Blue, I am unable to do any of the things that I should be doing in order for us to eat off this shit.
And
I cannot, like, it's just not, and this is the thing, Boosie is also respected by a lot of these people and feared by a lot of these people that we are in business with. So if Boosie say, don't talk to fucking TQ, that's what the energy is.
Okay.
I don't have time to have my attorney send over, hey, look, this shows that TQ can do this. Like, I don't have time for that. That just ain't where I'm at. That just ain't where I'm at. I have other shit going on.
Here's the thing though, but listen, Boosie, who, respectfully, I think, and you've said it yourself, Boosie's the bag. Boosie, who's a multimillionaire, seems very pressed about the money, and you, who's supposed to have some profits of this money, is saying you ain't pressed about it. You got other shit going on.
I'm not pressed about. I'm not pressed about it for that reason.
Okay.
The thing is, I know that, man, I just know that it's nothing to just audit.
TQ, I'm gonna be honest.
The thing is,
this is what I believe.
The thing is, I'm trying to do everything, brother. The thing is, I'm trying to do everything with Boosie. I'm trying to do everything with Boosie. I'm trying. That is the holdup. That's the holdup on everything. I'm waiting on this nigga to come to his senses. I'm waiting on him to finally, I see him talking about he getting anger management. I'm telling my mama, man, call him on three-way. Like he might be, you know what I'm saying? Let's talk about this shit. Let's talk about what we need to do on our end to get this bread and see where we are with this deal. As soon as I call him, man, it's straight screaming and yelling and all of this shit. Like, I'm being honest when I say I've been trying not to do things without Boosie. You feel me?
Yeah.
I've been trying not to do things without Boosie.
Yeah, TQ.
So if I'm lacking on anything, it's not because I'm trying not to go get an M. I'm trying not to go get $1 million off the old shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to go get money without him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying not to snake him like he's trying to snake me.
Yeah.
Nope. So that's what it is, bro. And the reason why I said, man, the reason why I don't want to speak on this because one, it's embarrassing because it's going to show how fucked up of a person Boosie is, and it's going to show how bad our business is. And the other thing is, I don't want to talk about this, especially the business part, when we've never had a conversation as men and as family to say what the problem is, what he feel like I did wrong, what was fucked up. He's never given me that conversation.
Yeah.
So I never wanted to come out and talk about how sloppy our business was until Boosie dry snitching, trying to send me to jail, talking about forgery. That is dry snitching. That's not gangster.
Yeah, no. I get you on that. So,
bro, I can't make it what it ain't, bro. I can't make it. I can't make myself look good in this situation. I'm just telling you what it is. This is some shit between brothers. Blue has minimal fault in this. I would say that Blue has minimal faults in this. Blue is getting caught up in some brother business that they can't get on the same page, bro. And it's unfortunate. And I can't find I can't justify nothing Boosie doing at this point.
Yeah,
straight clown.
Yeah, all right. So here's the thing too, which by the way, I feel like sometimes you argue against Boosie, but y'all are the company. Even if Boosie didn't put up any money, I mean, y'all could argue that in court. If he is owed 50%, Mace didn't, with all due respect to Mace, I heard Mace didn't do too much for Fabio Foreign. When Columbia, I believe it was Columbia, when Columbia started cutting them checks for Fabio, he was still getting 50%. So it like I even see Blue making that point to say, hey, you didn't do much. Granted, that might be true, but you signed the contract, right? Which if it says 50%, 50% is 50%. What I think, what I think might be happening here is the mere fact that Blue is offering Boosie $2 million, somebody know Boosie's owed some money. I think that $2 million is probably, hey, listen, first of all, Boosie knows he has the leverage. That's why he's wilding out. People love him. He could say shit loudly that people will believe him.
He has leverage in the court of public.
Yeah,
he don't have no leverage, bro.
No. But that does matter.
He don't have no leverage.
No. That does matter because it affects it. How does it not? It affects Blue's career. Boosie.
What you mean?
If basically Boosie gets online every day and says, this guy who y'all like is a fucking snake who I helped, and he's fucking me out of millions of dollars after I put him on. If he says it every day, you don't think that affects Blue's career? This is really bad for Blue,
right? You feel that way, and I just don't. I mean, bruh, what I'm offering is the other facts, and with the other facts, I feel like it's not hurting Blue at all. I think it's actually hurting Blue because it's getting to Blue. However, it should not hurt Blue. I believe that Blue, like I said,
TQ, you capping right now. Blue announced today that he's pushing back his tour. He's taking time off for all the shit going on with his wife and also what's going on with Boosie. He's canceling a tour. It's affecting him. Come on, brother.
That's not affecting Blues fans, man. That's not. Look, bro, I've built both of these fan bases. I'm partially responsible for building the entire badass community. Like, I've strategically always built this shit, right? And maintained it. And I totally understand Blues fan base. That is not the reason why the tour is being canceled. However, it is taking an emotional and it's taking an emotional negative effect on Blue. But what I'm saying is, I want you to look at it this way. If you're saying that Boosie's actions online and what he's saying online affects him, that is another reason why Blue would have been able to get out of his contract with Boosie, because you know how much stuff Boosie has done online to hurt the careers of his artists? When you get online,
you're making an argument for Blue to get out of the contract, but that's not what Blue is saying. But Blue himself is saying
no.
Listen, it's two different things. Like, for example, like I remember this happened to Gucci Mane. When Gucci Mane went to jail, a lot of, especially his management contracts, they're void because usually there's actually a legal term where it's like if you can't physically perform your duties, like you pretty much that contract's null and void. when it comes to Boosie and when it comes to Blue, the argument you're making that Blue could get out of this contract, he's not making that. You know what he's saying? Bro, I offered you money. That don't sound like a nigga who thinks Boosie deserves nothing.
No.
He's saying, I know you deserve something. I just think it's my number.
No.
$2 million.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Just because you solid and you trying to, just because, like, Boosie is absolutely deserves something. We're not saying that. What the truth is, Boosie is being greedy. Boosie is now asking for the $2 million that Blue offered him after he shitted on the $2 million.
Well, he's asking. Well, he was asking for $10 million. He was asking for $10 million in the lawsuit, but I think that number is inflated because I think he hasn't seen the books of Empire, and he's saying, "Well, I never seen the books." If you're gonna first, every negotiation. If you're offering me $2 million, like nigga, it's probably 5 in there, right? Come on now.
Yeah, but
like if you just jump out the window like, here's $2 million, I'm gonna be like, nigga, you know damn well you owe me at least 4.
Okay, but look, what happens when you look at the books and you ain't owed nothing? Who's the fool?
Okay,
I guess that's a risk everybody willing to take.
And you're completely right. And by the way, notoriously, this is how record labels do. Yeah, you see all them records that's big with Drake this and third.
Exactly.
By the time they done doing their math about expenses this and third, ain't no fucking profit, okay? That's how they do it. Ain't no fucking profit. So no, I understand that too.
But AK, let's look at this another way. All right? Let me tell you how I am. If I know that I only spent $20,000 out of my own pocket on you, and 3 years later you're offering me $2 million, somebody do the number on that return on investment.
Nah, you can't do that. Nope.
And
Nope. You can't do that.
And I have a whole. And it's not even my main hustle. It's not even my main revenue stream.
No, you can't do. Listen, you're doing what the white man does. Hold on, what you just did right there is what. No,
I ain't doing what the
what
white
you
man
just
does.
did was what the white man does. Because put like this, if at Drake's lowest moment, right before he popped, I gave him $20,000 that bought him studio time. That hold on. That allowed
Drake to nobody.
No, hold on. I'm using him as an example. It could be any other artist. I could say Lil Baby or whatever the case is, right? If I gave you that money that spurred your career, you can't tell me how much my return should be. My $20,000 basically made, even if it made $2 billion, I'm entitled to without my $20,000, you wouldn't have got $2 billion. So let's talk about that. So again, I can't, like, obviously we could be like, yo, be happy with the $2 million. I think Boosie genuinely feels, Boosie genuinely feels if he didn't do what he did and didn't put that cosign to Blue or whatever, like, I'm not too sure exactly what everything he did, but he feels that was quintessential to Blue's success, and I can understand why he's saying, nigga, you ain't gonna devalue me by just giving me a dollar amount and that I should be happy with. I want my percentage of that shit.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. The dollar amount that Blue offered to him was only because Boosie couldn't tell him what he wanted. That is just Blue. I think I can come up with this. It wasn't going to be no flat $2 million. Blue was going to still have to figure out a way. That is Blue just trying to appease Boosie. That is what that is, man. That's what that is.
I spoke to Blue, and when I interviewed him, he had said this. I think it was on camera, but if it was off, like, he pretty much have already said most of this shit publicly already. He said, Boosie thinking I'm getting more money than I'm getting. And what that tells me is that Boosie he's never seen the books. Now, here's the thing, though. If I see you buy a private plane, nigga, you living like a fucking king. Your record's still going up. I'm seeing a lot of success happening. Yeah, I might think $2 million is you undervaluing. $2 million ain't half to me. Nigga, you done bought a private explain, nigga. You can't just give me $2 million. It said in the contract I deserve half. So if you buying private planes, you got all type of shit. You just built a fucking university on at your crib. You're giving me $2 million and I'm supposed to be happy? No, nigga. Let's go by the contract.
But I understand. Boosie has every right to feel like he feels, like about Blue, about Empire, about whoever, and don't make him right, okay? And I believe that he's wrong. I believe that the way he's going about it is wrong, and that's just what it is, man. Like that's just what it is. Like what you guys are, what everybody is seeing the last 3 weeks is who he is. It's how he feel about people. It's how he feel about family. It's how he does business. You think you're dealing with a reasonable person, and like many of our icons, all of our favorite celebs, we're not. He's not reasonable. Everything that you thinking that he should know, he does not. Everything you saying that he should feel, you closer on that part because he's very emotional. So it just is what it is. We're not dealing with a reasonable person in business or in just personal relationships.
Yeah.
I'm not dealing, like, that's my only brother, but that nigga, he does not process things the same way. He don't forgive the same way. He don't remember the same way. Like, it's some deep-rooted issues between him and I that's rolled over into business. What you're seeing, I haven't spoken in over 16 years of doing this, of working with him, okay? And what you're seeing in the last 3 weeks is who he really is. It's who he really is.
Would you ever work with him again?
I'm the only one that's still trying to. Huh?
I was saying, would you
What'd you
ever do business with him again? Because it was interesting in the midst of him filing a lawsuit against you. I heard you say something interesting. You said, Boosie, like, let's make another artist. And I was like, yo, the way Boosie's talking about you, I don't think Boosie don't really want to do business with you, my brother.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I've realized that the dream of us having a,
I know you said y'all was trying to be Slim and Baby.
Listen. Look, that dream is, Boosie ain't never gonna be right unless something happens in his life where he has to sit down and process everything like he had to do before. He ain't never gonna realize who's there for him. He's never gonna realize how to treat people when they're there for him. He's never gonna realize how you treat people when you're up until something like that happens. So, I mean, the way he's.
What do you mean sit down and process shit? Like, what do you mean, brother?
No, I'm just saying something is gonna have to slow him down to where he can't be distracted. He can't run the social media to get that instant gratification from his fan base to tell him that he's the realest nigga ever. That, oh, you so solid. Oh, when he can't do that, that's when he gonna realize. I think that's when he gonna realize, like.
It sounds like you're saying that only jail could make this nigga like come back to reality.
When somebody holds him accountable, that's when he gonna stop doing the whole shit. To be honest with you. But this is the thing, bruh. That's what I'm saying. The last 3 weeks is who he really is. The last 3 weeks is who he really is. Like the shit that he talking about with the cable guy, like calling me the cable guy, right?
Yeah.
Cause in his live, you posted his live.
Yeah.
That nigga was the cable guy. All right, funny. I worked in sales while he was locked up. But I never installed cable. There's nothing wrong with having a 9 to 5. But you see how Boosie will lie and like try to downplay the average. You know what I'm saying? Anybody doing some non-street shit, he'll try to downplay it as if they don't hold value. But this is why I feel like, man, he's so disconnected. He's so disconnected from why he's successful. Because I know our fan base to a T. And most of our fans, most of Boosie's fans are either in poverty or just above the poverty line. So when you shit on people that work for the cable company or whatever, you don't even realize why you're successful, dog. Our product is the struggle. Our product is the underdog. Our product is getting it out the mud. But that's who he is. The way he treated dude at the Waffle House. He does not care about the livelihood of others. He in his head, man, I just gave you $100. I get that. That's rich nigga shit. Okay, bam. I just gave you $100. Cook this potato at what you call him. He is not. The only thing he's processing is, I gave you $100 and other people don't give you $100. He's not processing if you lose your job, this $100 ain't gonna go 3 days. And Boosie doesn't process that he's not gonna take care of that person once they get fired for cooking his potato in Waffle House. He thinks that person is really wrong. He in his head, man, I can't believe he ain't do that for me. He does not care about the livelihood of others, bro. And it's the same way. It's even down to the street shit. Such and such, they'll take a charge for me. They're gonna take a charge for me. They're gonna take a charge for me. Are you even taking care of these people that took a charge for you? Do they have lawyers? Like, are you looking out for the niggas that's sitting for you right now? Like, bro, it's deeper than this shit, bro. Like, Boosie ain't keeping it solid. He's not keeping it solid, and I'm trying not to go where he going, but nigga, this is the truth. This is the truth. This how he is, and everybody can take what I'm saying in these little couple interviews or whatever, and do what they want with it. Still support him for how he is. Still support him for how he is, or not. But Boosie needs to stand on. He needs to stand on. This is the person I am. This is how I treat my family. This is how I treat my artists. And just say, I do it because I'm Boosie. Stand on that. Support Boosie because of that. Listen to his shit, jam his shit because of that. But we're going to stop doing it because for years we've been covering up for him now. Yeah. There's no more covering up Boosie for Boosie. There's no more me putting fires out before shit made it to the internet. And before the internet, there's no more TQ. Hey, my professional connections. Hey man, you need to watch this dude over here. There's no more. Ain't no more of that. Everything since it's all Boosie, you go start another label. You go make another artist. You go get other deals. Show me you can do it without me. Show me you can stay free without me. Why you got a gun in your waistband? Who even fucking does that? Why you got a gun in your waistband with a tank top on in San Diego, in California, with some niggas you don't even know? These niggas could be confidential informants. These niggas could be watched, and they were being watched. That's why the fucking helicopter followed you straight from the video shoot. Like,
yo, TQ,
do all of that shit. Do all of that shit on your own, bro.
Do you think Boosie? Do you think Boosie has been famous for too long, bro? To where he just forget about the little things?
Nah, he deserves everything that he has. He deserves everything that he has because he has the work ethic and he's put in the miles, like he's put in, so he deserves to be famous. And he's actually funny. He deserves to be famous. He's always in a studio, whatever. But the bottom line is he's burnt so many bridges. That's what fame does. Like, I always say, man, ain't too much difference between a famous person and a homeless person. They both burnt so many bridges. The only difference between the famous person is they still got money. When they run out of money, it ain't gonna be nowhere to fall to. Boosie's isolated himself from every one of his peers as rappers. He's isolated himself from Atlanta. I don't know why any label would want to do business with him after how he's sued Warner Brothers, sued OVO, sued Empire, and dragged them through shit. I don't know why any other artist would want to sign with him. I mean, but niggas who shouldn't be signed in the first place, they'll sign with anybody. But what I'm saying is,
what's the future of Badass Syndicate? Because if Boosie's not part of the company, if he's not working with you, if he's not the face of it, who's gonna sign to it?
I'll probably dissolve the company, man. I have my own company. I'll probably dissolve the company once we break bread, and I'll probably dissolve the company. I think Boosie should return to. He was originally Badass Entertainment prior to him going to jail. The rebrand idea was mine. The design of the logo was mine. I've maintained everything. I've signed. The brand was the reason why it was rebranded was to sign artists that didn't sound and rap about the same shit as Boosie. That is what we did. With the biggest artist that we did it with was Blue. Okay? So all of that worked out. Everything that I intended to happen has happened. Boosie should revert to Badass ENT. Just revert to Badass ENT and do your thing, bro. Rock out. And my suggestion would be for it to be a management company, because then you're not responsible for anything as far as financing anything. And you can get paid. Anything that you finance, you can get paid as long as they agree to that for that as long as it's an agreed upon expense. Like rock out. Yeah. The only difference Boosie would have to understand is managers can get fired. They're not your slave. That ain't, you know what I'm saying? But that's what you got to do, bro. AK, you got to look at these niggas. When you start seeing people saying this is my artist, man, them motherfuckers really be thinking these artists are mine. They ain't talking about, like, you got to watch that, man. And Boosie is a great example of that. So any of these artists or people that's interested in being in the industry, listen to this. Make sure that who you signing to wants to make money with you and not off you.
Okay.
Boosie wants to make money off of people. He don't want to make money with people. He don't want his artists to have the same size house as him. He don't want his management or his team or his head of A&R. He don't want them to have the same car as them.
You think Boosie's jealous?
The first thing he's going to say is that nigga stealing. That's the first thing he's going to say. That nigga must be stealing.
Do you think Boosie's a jealous person?
Now, I want to ask you, TQ, are you going to be able to get that contract that you said you haven't looked at for years and really break down to the public what's in it? And if y'all was entitled to an event,
I don't even know if it's a place. I don't even know if it's a place for the public, bro. I don't think
I was about to ask you to send it to me. And I was about to ask, I don't know if you could, but I was actually to send it to me. I was going to break that shit down like a pound of weed.
I know.
I ain't gonna lie. I was gonna break that bitch down. By the time I'm done breaking it down, y'all won't even have to go to court. By the time I'm done breaking that shit down, y'all won't even have to go to court.
I know, but it's something that I don't want to do.
Yeah.
And it's an inconvenience to me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like
I get it. It's
but
a personal business.
I don't want to do it, bro. I really don't want to do that. That's not because then it's going somewhere where I didn't even want to go. I didn't even want to go here with a lot of this shit, man, but I do.
This is definitely going to court, though.
And what it ain't with me.
Do you acknowledge that? This is definitely going to court. Like, this is inevitably going to court. It has to. This is a dispute over millions of dollars, and unless Boosie just caves to this $2 million that was supposedly offered,
it's not even on the table no more.
Okay,
I don't even think it's on the table no more because Blue and Boosie will never be cool again. Boosie has disrespected him. Boosie
didn't go too far with the wife thing. I agree.
He's gone too far with a whole number of things. Like he's gone too far for man. Y'all don't even know, bro. Like. Understand anything that's online is worse offline, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like Boosie literally texted me today, man, fuck your family, nigga. My kids hate your kids. Like, nigga, like I don't even fuck with my mama because of you. Like, and I'm not gonna screenshot that and all of that, but man, like this shit is not supposed to be like this, bro. This is my
Boosie seemed
only
like
brother.
he seemed like he just
This
won
is
his
my
money by any
only-
means necessary, man. Man, TQ, thank you for trying to give us some clarity. Obviously, I think the reason why you've talked, and you could tell me if I'm wrong, the reason why you've actually done interviews and actually been open about shit is because, Boosie has a very persuasive voice. Like, Boosie's seen by a group of people like the voice of the people, the people's champ. And if Boosie does say somebody did it wrong, they're going to go at that person. And I guess you try to speak up to be like, no, there's another side. And obviously this still ain't gonna get litigated in the court of public opinion, but at least you could present your side for people to analyze, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I started speaking when he started live, and by trying to imply that I did something illegal, this would be the second time that he did it. First time was the fraud stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it was the second time he did that, and that was it. And then when he was lying, claiming the forgery thing, that's another reason I started speaking. And then when he lied about running down and getting 30,000 out of Blue, I'm like, man, this nigga going way too far. And then I started feeling like Boosie was trying to mobilize his fans to do something to me, like to do something to me. You feel me? To do something to me and Blue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
wow.
I felt like he started playing a dangerous game between dry snitching and trying to get his dumbass fans to do something stupid. So from then on, I'm just like, all right, niggas need to know, 1, this nigga lying. 2, this nigga don't know business. 3, this is how he treats his family, all of his family. And 4, man, this nigga really ain't working with me when it comes to the music business. Boosie has not had even a fucking hit since you removed Kirk, Mel, Mouse on the Track. And period went platinum, I think, either gold or platinum. That is with the baby, right?
Yeah.
And that song, first of all, that song fucking sucks. 2, I went and met with YouTube Music to work out a partnership to make sure that bitch go.
Nah, yo, I would like to say, yo, hey, TQ, I do appreciate.
Like, man, come on, man.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you and Shakespeare coming, telling your side of the things and shit.
Yeah.
But I mean, I feel like, bro, y'all family, bro. Like, y'all gotta figure that shit out, bro. Like, y'all gotta get it right, bro. Like, ain't nothing bigger than family, bro.
Bro, fame is. I'm not famous, bro. Like I said, what did I tell you? When you can go on, when you can wake up in the morning and there's somebody always supporting you, you don't need family. You don't really need family. You don't need nobody. All you need is 24-hour support, where you know where you can go get it. You can just open up your phone, and there's support there. So that is the disconnect between what's going on. So I don't know, man. I don't know, but I appreciate y'all having me, bro. Hey, look, it's an honor, AK.
Yeah.
Since the beginning, bro. I love what you've done. I love how you stood on what you believe in, and just, when they every time they tried to X you out, like, you a motherfucker too, bro.
Yeah.
So,
hey,
keep
listen,
doing your thing, bro. And
whenever
if you can think of anything, go ahead.
Whenever you're in New York, I would love to, like, again, I like these conversations, but not only just the stuff with you and Boosie. I think, you know, I think I've cultivated an audience that really care about hip hop, but they care more than about just a hot song. Like they like even these conversations too. You get what I mean? Like shit, throughout all our platforms right now, we got over like 12, 13,000 people that's still listening, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And they care about some of these things. So, you know, music education and really educating people about the business of music, I'm really into, because I was once that fan that was just so like, I wanted to hear these conversations. Like I would have
Right, and
done
you want to
anything
know
to be it.
how things work.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to know how things work, and I'll be the first to say, like, I'm somebody that's behind the curtains when it comes to Southern gangster music. Like, I'm one of the, like, I've never done interviews, so hopefully one day if we can have another conversation.
Whenever you in New York, I would love for you to be on Off the Record. We could do it face to face.
Man, yeah. One more point I want to make, man.
Go ahead.
What we're talking about tonight is very personal to me, but the bigger picture, if we zoom out, is how much cap is in rap, dog, which is something I know you talk a lot about.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you see artist, especially a big artist, screaming and hollering, "Oh, my label won't let me drop. Oh, they fucking me out of this money." Man, it's more to it, bro. It's more to it. Artists usually have the leverage unless they've, like, it's always more to it. They just have the voice.
That's a fact, bro. Like, even we gotta
they have the leverage of having the leverage.
We got a chat nigga, you know, he go by Facts. And so he was managing an artist named Scar Lip. You feel me? And like, bro, like he even had to take a L, like, you know, financially. Like, so like, bro, the shit do get deeper than just being the face of everything and shit. So like, trust me, like the chat niggas, we get what you saying, TQ.
For sure. So we out of here? 30?
No, definitely. Yo, TQ, you hit me on text. I'm gonna hit you back. All right. We'll continue conversations there. All right.
All right, man. Y'all be good.
All right. Respect, brother.
All right. Peace.
Great. All right. Beautiful. Chat. It is pushing 3:31. I'm probably going to cut stream right now. I'm going to hold you. So I got to tell you. So I'm streaming early tomorrow. It's probably going to be an early morning stream because we got shit to do. By the way, I love this conversation with TQ. Like, for all the pages and all the blogs or anybody who cares about the music business, there's so much to dissect from it. That's why I'm also not giving my full opinion. I just want it to be raw interview. Whatever you took from it, you took from it. Yeah, I thought this was good. I think we learned a lot of information. I think Boosie's going to be reacting to this in the morning. I ain't even going to lie. So I think we did a really good job. And I think even if you listen to this live, listen to this. If you care about that whole issue, listen to it again. You'll probably learn a few things or realize a few things, but whatever it is case, we are not done with the Youngboy documentary, right? We're still skipping through it. We're trying to really come to some type of terms with what we could draw from it in terms of conclusion. Like with the King Von thing, there was an easy conclusion to draw. This one seems a little bit more difficult, so we're gonna come back tomorrow early. We're gonna be doing the Youngboy stuff, right? And then we're also, remind me, we got to do that story about the NBA player who fucking like fractured his girl's neck. I don't remember the dude's name, but that's on the table for in the morning. So I'm calling it morning, but it'll probably be like kind of afternoonish. So like maybe like 11 o'clock or something like that. You get what I mean? So chat, I appreciate you guys for watching. Shit, I can't even believe we have this many people at 3:30 a.m. on the East Coast. But salute to my people on the West Coast. Salute to my people who's down south, whether you're in another country, whether you're in South America, obviously the Caribbean, people in Europe. I appreciate all you guys. We will be back tomorrow. And if I did miss a topic, I told you we're gonna get back to the Youngboy stuff, and we're doing a topic on this NBA dude. Whatever thing we missed before, you guys let me know. But go get some sleep if you got work in the morning, if you're driving the truck or whatever. Listen, make sure you get the adequate sleep. Trust me, driving while being tired is the worst thing ever. And trust me, I'll be back on tomorrow to give you guys some more entertainment. We're back on our regular streaming schedule, so fuck it. We're going to have some fun, all right? People, talk to you tomorrow. Drill, gonna cut this up. This is going to be great. and see you guys in the morning. All right? Peace. Love y'all.